picture? Like the face of a sunflower?
Where are the spirals?
You see this math everywhere.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And what's going on? I haven't been live in a little bit now. I'm just setting some settings up real quick as I'm talking. We're about to review the debate that just happened and talk about the fallout afterwards. Everything was fine after the debate ended. Shit was good. And then I went on Flint Dibble's channel, and Flint Dibble sort of stirred the pot up a little bit regarding Dan. Dan was pissed about that because he started getting into like total bad faith war mode. Like you can tell he's like, how do I get back at these guys? They just fuck. Because no offense, like honestly, I'm not even just trying to toot my own horn, or it actually has nothing to do with me at all. Dan absolutely embarrassed himself in that debate. Now, people who actually are like drooling from the mouth and don't know what's going on, just don't care about like the facts or the data. Of course, they're rooting for Dan anyway. So there's going to be comments going, Dan won. Yeah, Neil is citing the consensus. As if like appealing to scholarship is a bad thing. Like we're talking about people from a whole different world. They live in a different dimension. They think everyone who's in some sort of position of authority is somehow out to get them. They think that like there's no like any scholar or any politician. Well, politicians do suck actually, but any like sort of like high level ranking member of any sort of institution is somehow part of like the Illuminati, trying to like kill everybody, trying to lie to everybody, trying to dominate you. These people, this is what a lot of people from that side of the aisle think. But me and Dan were fine. And then I went on Flint Dibble and talked about the debate there. And me and Flint were kind of just highlighting the stupid shit that Dan was saying that he was not only wrong about, but just bizarre, borderline dishonesty. We'll get into it. I'll show you guys what I mean. And so there was, whatever. I actually should have probably seen this coming after, because the very next day, oh, here we go. All of a sudden there's a video and I click on it and it's like all the scientists or all the wannabe scientists were they're all behind Neil's back. And, actually let's play that clip right now so I can get you on to speed is what exactly I'm talking about here. So Dan did this video in response to me in Flint Dibble. This one right here.
Recently, I had a debate with.
I gotta unmute it.
Otherwise known as Gnostic Informant. On that. Well, Recently, I had a debate with Neil Senlak, otherwise known as Gnostic Informant, on Matt Bell's Limitless. Since then, Neil did a live stream with Flint Dibble where he discusses preparing for the debate by asking multiple professionals questions. But when I point out that this means that it took all the king's horses and all the king's men to build...
Channel
Okay.
SF7RZ dropped $10 super chat.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Correct. Dan has taken the baton and got into a house of mirrors for himself. Literally let this guy go.
Yeah, no, I know. And that's why I'm not making a video on this. He's not worth me sitting down and editing video for this shit like he just did. I'm just gonna talk about it in the live stream just because I'm just doing a shit show live stream. But yeah, I would never spend time actually editing a video on debunking Dan. Like that's just like I just don't. It's not what I do. I'm not like a Professor Dave type of thing. What a waste of time that would be. I appreciate the super chat though. I totally agree with you. It is a waste of time. It is like below. It's like low. This is like low tier level shit. But you know, I do want to address some of the things. So listen to what he says here. Just listen to what the phrase he uses here. Listen to this. All right, you guys are already pouring in on the super chats. All right, okay. Maybe you don't want to listen to Dan. If you guys don't listen to him that bad that you guys keep sending me super chats so you can pause me.
At Old Nosy 4961 dropped $1.99 super chat. We need Judge Kerp to bring order to this court.
Hell yeah. I'm down to go to court with this. I know, because he's friends with both of us. I would be down for that. That'd be pretty fun. That'd be hilarious. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about anything. He's bullshitting you. He's talking out of his ass. You know what I noticed about his channel? I was looking through this. He's on.
What else?
He's in these videos talking, like doing speeches. Look at this.
We don't really know anything about the Paracas culture. The
Who
people
are
that
these people?
I can't stay.
I
we
want to
don't really
know
know anything.
who are these people who contact Dan to go, hey, would you like to speak at our event? Even though you're just some fucking dropout that doesn't know shit about anything. Like how does that happen? This is like, we're so cooked right now, our civilization right now.
Recently, I had a debate with Neil Senlak, otherwise known as Gnostic Informant, on Matt Bell's Limitless. Since then, Neil did a live stream with Flint Dibble where he discusses preparing for the debate by asking multiple professionals questions. But
Yeah. Okay, pause. In what world does asking professionals questions a bad thing? Apparently in Dan's world, that's a bad thing. That's like cheating or something. Like you're not supposed to, you're supposed to just sit there and meditate and magically let the knowledge just magically go into your brain. Dude, it's called doing research. It's called being honest. It's called being responsible. So when I told Matt Beal that I wanted to do, I thought I said 20 minutes, maybe it was 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minute. I said I wanted to do like a 10 to 20 minute segment where I can just give you why I'm convinced that the pyramids are a tomb. And he said yes. So now I have a responsibility to put together a 10 to 20 minute presentation for this debate. Dan is obviously not going to do some shit like that. He doesn't do shit like that. But I was. That's why I said this is a month before we did this. I already told Matt I was going to do this. So why wouldn't anybody, if you have slides prepared, hey, Dr. Egyptologist, I made these slides. Just let me know if I got any information wrong. Oh yeah, here you go. That one's good. You made a mistake here. Boom, boom, boom. And then I go to another person. Hey, you want to take a look at these slides? I'm if you've seen any mistakes in them. Yeah, I noticed a mistake right there, and you're right about that, and that's a good point. Boom. And there's a few other people too who I said, hey, do you know like any? What's like the go-to like peer-reviewed book recently out about the construction of the pyramids? I'd love to look through it. Boom. Here's a PDF. Boom. Here's another PDF. That's how shit works. If I'm working on a video, if I'm working on any fucking video, in fact, every single video that I've done,
Androgenic has become initiated. Dan has no soul.
Thank you, Androgenic. I appreciate that. Every video that I've done in the past 5 years, that is how I do on video. That is my process. I don't just put together what I think. Dan, this is what Dan does. Because by the way, I know he does this. A couple years ago, or like a year or two ago, I was watching one of Dan's videos. I rarely watch his videos, but a couple years ago, I was watching one of his videos, and I just like was cringing so bad because he was talking about the Bible, and he was saying that when Moses came down from Mount Sinai, and the Israelites were worshiping the molten calf, he was like, that means it's the procession of the equinox. And I know he got it from Graham Hancock and Reynolds Carlson. That is such bullshit. That's just not. It's the reason why it's such bullshit is because first of all, Apis veneration continues to happen all the way until like 400 AD. So there's no like period in time where people stopped venerating bulls and then started venerating rams. That didn't happen. People were venerating rams at the same time as bulls, and there's all types of fish iconography too. So this idea that they put in their head of they make up this.
Old Nosy 4,961 dropped $4.99 super
Thank you.
chat. Joseph Farrell thinks they're super weapons, and that's okay. I'll hear him out. I'm not convinced by his evidence, but it's interesting nonetheless.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Super weapons? No idea. Is that some conversation happening in the chat? I have no idea what you're talking about, but thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Okay, so what was I just saying? Yeah, this idea that this is what they do. They literally just go into history and they find, oh, there's a bull mentioned here. Oh, there's a ram mentioned in this text. There's a fish in this text, and there's a line in that text, and then they can just like they create their own fucking thing. There's all the procession of the equinoxes. Everyone's into it. All religions are based on this. That's not what it is. The procession of the equinox is a very specific thing that you find in Hellenistic astrology, dating to time periods. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks, $20.
SF7RZ dropped $20 super chat. Oh no, Neil. The pyramids are obviously not tombs. The construction time, etc., etc. What about the dimensions being the same as the Ark of the Covenant?
They're not.
We can't decide
They're
if
not.
the builders are black or Asian yet.
What? I hope you're being sarcastic. Because, oh my God. All right. Listen, I'm going to come back to this super chat. You're kind of derailing me a little bit.
Old Nosy 4,961 dropped $1.99 super chat. Joseph Farrell says pyramids are ancient weapons.
That's fucking retarded. No name channel. I'm going to come back to this in a second. Look, the pyramids are tombs is one of the most agreed on. It's the least debated thing in all of scholarship ever for hundreds of years, for thousands of years. All of a sudden today, every fucking idiot online is like, there's no way. I saw a clip of Danny Jones. In fact, it was Danny Jones with Jimmy Corsetti and Dan here. And they're the three of them. All three of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're all three of them have no fucking clue. Couldn't even list the first 5 pharaohs probably. Have no idea like what the difference is between like between like Old Kingdom culture versus New Kingdom or intermediate like what the Hyksos were doing, or like they don't have any the basics. They don't know shit. But they're all laughing at the idea of the tombs being, or the pyramids being tombs. And I'm watching this clip and I'm just going, what the fuck is going on? Every single person who studies Egypt says they're tombs. Every single person. No one thinks they're not tombs, except for like random people that are just like grifters.
SF7RZ dropped $10 super chat. That's Gen Z podcast nonsense though.
Yeah, thank you for that. So and then Danny's like, I don't know anyone who thinks they're tombs anymore. Danny, that's embarrassing. That means you don't know anything about Egyptology at all. That means you're only talking to pseudo people. And then Danny goes, what is that? Flint Dibbles isn't that Flint Dibbles theory? He goes, isn't that Flint Dibbles theory? Why can't it be yes and Neil? They are tombs and
61 dropped $1.99 super chat. Why can't it be yes and Neil? They are tombs and.
Well, that's true. They are tombs and religious center. It is a way. It is sort of a temple complex. It is tolerable. It is sort of a multi-purpose building. That's fine. But there's a fucking coffin in the center of the thing, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know if you still haven't caught up to that yet. I don't know. But anyways, that's fine. We can have this debate. Let me just kind of go through this, and we can keep talking a little bit about this. I'm down to debate this with you guys. But okay. So here's what happened. So Dan makes this video. Let me just start it over again.
Recently, I had a debate with Neil Senlak, otherwise known as Gnostic Informant, on Matt Bell's Limitless. Since then, Neil did a live stream with Flint Dibble where he discusses preparing for the debate by asking multiple professionals questions. But when I point out that this means that it took all the king's horses and all the king's men to build his case, and he still...
Okay, all the king's horses and all the king's men to build my case. I literally mentioned 2 Egyptologists, and then I mentioned Joe Wilson and Flint. Those 2 aren't Egyptologists. Flint sent me an article that he knew about the carbon dating, and Joseph Wilson was talking to me about archaeology and basically just basic archaeology stuff. The major 2 that I really got help from was the Aussie Egyptologist and Justine. Those two were basically the 2 that I actually looked at my slides and actually contributed to what I was doing.
Super chat. I would like to point out that Dan loves opioids.
Oh, I'm sure.
He admitted to it.
Oh, he looks like a crackhead. Let's be real. So he's already. By the way, people warned me about this. They go, well, if you embarrass Dan, he's going to go to war with you, and he's going to be so bad faith, and it's not going to be worth it. It's going to be bad for you because he's going to try to do whatever he can, and it's all going to be bad faith. And they were right. They were absolutely right about this.
Do you think intelligence agencies, foreign and/or domestic, are promoting wacky podcast hosts with ancient alien theories? If so, why? Why not?
I've been wondering this for 5 fucking years now. And I don't know if it's just that we have I don't know if it's the population. People just want this shit to be true. And the sad truth is that most people are just not that educated, and they believe what they want to believe. So you end up with podcasts getting millions of views talking about aliens on Mars that are talking to people through telepathy in the White House, and that becomes like a serious podcast. That's not a joke on Danny Jones. And then you get Armin Hillman on Danny Jones. I got on Danny Jones too, so maybe I'm part of the problem. Anyways, I don't know. It's a good question. So here's what he says. So he's already bad faith. All the king's men's and all the king's horses. When I literally asked 2 people to review, and this is the funny thing. This was all my work. All of it was my work, and I just literally reached out to 2 people and said, "Can you just make sure that I'm all correct here? The last thing I want to do is go on a podcast and start putting up slides, and I'm wrong. That'd be embarrassing. I'm just doing due diligence here." Dan acts like he's so narcissistic. He's so psycho. He's such a narcissistic psycho that he thinks that these Egyptologists are all thinking about him. That they're all sitting there going, we need to defeat Dan. We need to come together and have a conference on how we can beat Dan. And what the funny part is Dan didn't even bring a single argument. Dan brought this argument. Here, I'll show you something. Dan brought this. He brought a 35,000-year-old image of a bull that he tried to say was Taurus.
SF7 RZ dropped $10 super chat. Were the builders of the pyramids Asian, Japanese, or black?
The builders of the pyramids were Egyptian. What do you mean Japanese or black? They're just Egyptians, dude. They're I don't know. I mean, they're like North African people, like dark-skinned fucking North Africans, not sub-Saharan, but not white either, you know? So, I don't know. I think I don't care, because this question is it's like putting a modern lens into the past. Japanese doesn't exist back then. The island of Japan would be, but the people living there wouldn't say we're Japanese. They would be something else. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. That's a good question. They're Egyptian, that's for sure. They're not Aryans. That's some bullshit that you hear online. They're definitely not white Aryans. That's for sure. Anyways, so the only thing Dan brought to the table was nonsense. So he brings this cave drawing and he tries to say this is Taurus. And then he goes like this, and this is all fake.
Androgenic dropped $10 super chat. Dan said he was nutting over pics of my deceased mother just because I said archaeologists aren't racist.
Yeah, he's got problems. He's fucked up in the head, you can tell. And that's what's so funny about the whole alt community is like they actually invite this guy on to do speeches, and I don't know, do they know that he's on Twitter telling people that he fucked their moms and that you're like saying the craziest shit that you would a 6-year-old would or a 6th grader would say. Like he talks like a 6th grader. He has the mind of a 6th grader and he has the body of a 95-year-old man. It's the weirdest shit ever. He's very, very weird guy. But yeah, so I don't know. All right, so that's what he brings. He brings pure nonsense. This guy's such a narcissist to actually think that people are sitting there going, how can we defeat Dan? Bro, nobody. Dan, if you ever watch this, nobody's thinking about you like that. That's your narcissistic, psychotic brain telling you this shit. Look at his face, dude. Look at this guy. No one gives a fuck about you. So listen to how bad faith this is.
That it took all the king's horses and all the king's men to build his case, and he still couldn't stand up to what I brought to the table.
Still couldn't stand up to what I brought to the table. What did you bring to the table? Well, hold on a second. That's funny because the host of the debate, let's see, if I couldn't stand up to what you brought to the table, how could I debunk this? What could be a good way for me to show that he's wrong? I don't know. Maybe the host of the fucking debate said, nice job, Neil. I learned a lot. I now think the pyramids were built by Khufu with a high degree of certainty. My percent went from 50-50, which I thought it was way lower than that. I thought he told me like 20%, to 90-10. 90-10 after this debate. This is why I'm doing this. I respect that, dude. That's awesome to hear. It tells me that you are genuine in your search for truth, that you listen to the evidence and you change your mind based on the evidence. But that's a problem for Dan, though. Because if Dan really does think I couldn't step up to what he brought to the table, then how is the host of the podcast convinced by my arguments and not your arguments? That's gotta suck. And that's why you're mad and now you're making up shit that's not true to try to get at me somehow. And it's not working. Thank you guys for the super chats tonight, by the way. You guys are awesome. So
at Old Nosy 4,961 dropped $9.99 super chat. You should talk to Kurt about Joe Farrell. He has several books diving into the pyramids. Now I haven't read them because I'm an idiot and a peasant, but I'm appealing to Judge Kerp on this. No hate. Red heart emoji.
Well, if he's saying that the pyramids are weapons, he's retarded. That's sorry, Kurt, but that's just retarded shit. I'm just gonna say that.
At Boulder,
I'll say that a priori. I can say that.
Do you see Giorgiani's views as fundamentally different than a lot of the other pseudo-archaeology people?
Yes,
because he talks a lot about Martian.
He does. But Giorgiani has a philosophical a priori reasoning that sort of. I understand. Look, I know it's just going to sound like I'm being contradictory to myself, but I do see Giorgiani as genuine. I do think he has his reasons for what I don't agree with him. I don't think he's right about half the shit he says, but I trust that what he's saying is genuine, and I do take him seriously when he talks about ancient philosophy. When he talks about Plato, Heraclitus, Parmenides, and just ancient history in general. That's where I'm interested in. So he has a lot to offer other than some of his more extreme ideas. So it's all about value. And I think he has value. This guy in the middle here doesn't have value. He's just an idiot doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just makes shit up. And then when he gets embarrassed, he gets into bad faith war mode to try to get at you, and it's not working because most people are turned off by this shit by now. You could see it, like he's kind of failing in his career a little bit. Anyways, let's keep going. Let's listen to how bad faith this is.
This means that it took all the king's horses and all the king's men to build his case, and he still couldn't stand up to what I brought to the table. He got upset and claimed that he asked exactly 2 Egyptologists if his slides were accurate and asked for some literature. Let's listen to what he says to Flint about it.
Had mentioned to me and other scholars that he was doing this debate. I think you mentioned you talked to Therese, Aussie archaeologist. Who else did you talk to?
Give a shout out to them, actually. There's a few people who I reached out to in the weeks leading up to the debate, just asking them, hey, this is what I think. Am I right about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? Justine, that woman, Warren, that's the name of her handle.
She's right here.
You go and subscribe. There she is. Average Aussie Egyptologist. She gave me hours of her time to even jump on a call with me and talk about this stuff. Notice that 2 people were listed right there. That was 2 Egyptologists. So really, really want to shout out to Average Aussie Egyptologist. Also, Joseph Wilson was going back and forth. Joseph Wilson is not an Egyptologist. Not an Egyptologist. Just someone who I talked to. Me as well. A few others too. But those 3 in particular were very, very helpful. So,
and then this leads to the inevitable question. Neil, did you ask 2 Egyptologists if your slides were accurate?
The answer is yes. And you know what's so crazy about this? Even if the idea, let's pretend Joe Wilson is an Egyptologist. That's 3. Is that the entire community of scientists, the entire scientific community coming together to go after Dan? No, it still wouldn't be that case. That's fucking grade A narcissism right there. This is an insane person who probably drinks every single day of his life. He was drunk when I met him. He just told me the night before he dropped his phone down a fucking elevator. He looked all fucked up too. He looked like really fucked up. You could see in the video he looks fucked up. He looks fucking retarded. Like he looks fucked up.
For some literature? Or did you ask multiple people, all of which who happen to hate me, to help you with your debate? And I still come out ahead.
Oh, you still came out ahead. Is that what happened, Dan? Is that what this says right here? Is that what this says right here? No, hey, I now think the pyramids were built by Khufu with a high degree of certainty. My percent went from 50-50 to 90 after this debate. Is that you still coming out on top, you fucking liar? You're such a narcissist. He reminds me of Amon Hillman. Amon Hillman just thinks he's the greatest in the world because he just says he is. And it doesn't matter if he's wrong about everything he says or if he's lying to his audience half the time. He could just pretend in his mind, he has his own little kingdom in there where he's the king and everyone's the jesters around him. That's how this guy operates. This is how people like Donald Trump operate. This is how people like, I don't know, this is how narcissists operate in general. They have a very particular way about doing things. They can never be wrong. You ever hear Dan ever say, I'm wrong, you got me? It'll never happen.
4,961 dropped $4.99 super chat. Joe Farrell is an Oxford scholar. Once again,
I don't care. I don't care if he's an Oxford scholar.
And also, I likely characterize Joe Farrell poorly.
By the way, this is another thing people assume about me. They assume that if someone's a scholar, that I'm going to listen to him. No, I don't care. If you think the pyramids are weapons, you're a fucking retard. I don't care. I'm not going to listen to you. It's stupid.
Was it black people enslaving black people?
Pretty much. I guess that's one way to put it. Yeah. All right. So let's just go through some of this stuff. Let's go through some of the bullshit that he brought to the table and how he got smacked in the face with real facts. So he brings this stupid Orion thing, right? And watch Matt literally say, that's not convincing. He literally says, remember Dan said, you couldn't even keep up to what I brought to the table in his narcissistic, borderline schizophrenic rant. Watch what he tries to say here.
Just added on top of it.
A lot of
or what is that supposed to be? That's supposed to be the 7 stars.
The Taurus with the Pleiades next to
1,
it.
2, 3, 6 so dots, not 7.
well-
So this is already fallacious. There's little dots here he thinks are Pleiades. Okay, let's take a look. Well, what exactly does Pleiades look like in the night sky? What would an ancient person see in the night sky? Well, there's a way we can check that out. But before we do that, let's just continue the clip and show you what Matt says.
I mean, there's only 6. There's only been 6 for a while now, but yeah, I mean,
Pleiades is no, Pleiades is 7. That's wrong. 7. And then see, look, it looks like someone just sort of like he literally maps on his own dots. This is the evidence that he brought to the debate. A bowl cave painting where somebody I wouldn't be turned off to the idea that somebody might be trying to depict Pleiades right here. Maybe there's a 7 dot right there. Maybe, I don't know. But Taurus, I'll tell you why I don't believe. First of all, he mapped this on by himself, or someone else did, and he's just using their work. Fine. It's not even there though. Watch the dots inside of it. That's what it looks like to me.
yeah, and that's fair. I mean,
And that's fair. I destroyed. Oh, Dan destroyed me. Oh, that's fair. You hear him say that? That's fair. You're right. This is stupid. Now listen to what Matt says.
Understand that a lot of people can be dismissive of this, but like, I guess in my mind, a lot of this comes from like a misunderstanding of what the.
So the dots on this were that are within those purple lines, those were just added on top of it, right? So those aren't.
That's
Yeah,
what it looks like.
Yes.
Many of those were added on top of it.
Yeah.
So that's not very convincing.
That's not. Matt just said that's not very convincing. That's not very convincing. Ooh. There's not one time in this entire debate where Matt ever said to me, that's not very convincing. Notice the standard is super high for me because I'm taking the side of the mainstream, whatever the fuck that means. I'm taking the mainstream, the thing that people have agreed upon for 300 years, that idea, the one that everyone's fucking who studies this shit agrees on, but the people who don't study this shit, the ones that don't study this shit, that they think all this other shit, okay, their standard is super low. They can just bring shit to debates that aren't convincing and get shut down left and right. But I still won. Like, this is crazy. All right, so listen, let's go to the night sky. Let's take a look at the night sky and let's see what the people in the night sky look at. What would they see? There's a way we can check that out. There's a website called Stellarium. So you have your little night sky, right? This is what it looks like. And you can look up and you can do little. You could take off these charts, add grids, take grids off. We're gonna leave the equatorial grid on, and we're gonna take rid of we're gonna put the little atmosphere on there and get rid of the landscape because Taurus is right here. Pleiades is inside of Taurus, and it's not only is it inside of Taurus, it's just a little section of it. So why would if someone was really drawing a constellation of Taurus, why would they put 7 or 6, actually? They put 6 of them over here and then draw Taurus underneath it. That doesn't make any sense. You're no longer depicting Taurus and Pleiades anymore. Now you're just pretending that it's Taurus and Pleiades. You see what I mean? Either it is or it isn't. You can't just find a bowl painted on a wall and then decide that it's Taurus. That's not how this shit works. That's called pseudo scholarship. That's why no one takes this seriously. So, okay. So another thing is, I'm going to play a clip from one of the really, I think, game over, end of debate, end of discussion. This is where Dan completely lost the entire debate. This video right here. Where is it? Here we go. Big one. The Maria providers. We already brought it up, but I wanted to. This whole thing is talking about transporting and blocks from the quarry and bringing them to the pyramids. It dates to the exact same time as the reign of Khufu between 2589 2566 BCE. It says Inspector Maria spends the day with his file hauling stones in Tour South, spends the night at Tour South. That's what it says in the Egyptian. This is a translation. Then it says he cast off with this file from Tura for the pyramid of Khufu, for the Akhet Khufu, spends the night at Shi Khufu, sails towards the Akhet Khufu, the pyramid of Khufu. And by the way, that's the word they use for the pyramids of Khufu in other sources. Akhet Khufu. Mm-hmm. Cast off the pyramid of Khufu in the morning, goes back to Tura. So this is the smoking gun.
Yeah,
we have
this is interesting. Again, I'd like to be able to look into
this. This
is interesting. Again, I'd like to be able to look
into
this.
This is interesting. Again, I'd like to be able to look into this.
Okay. He doesn't even know this. This is why, to me, this was so embarrassing for Dan. You didn't even know. You don't even know basic. This isn't like some high-level master's degree. This is like only a master's degree and over know this stuff. What I just presented right there is if you took an Egyptology 101 class, you would know about the Merir Papyrus. It's one of the most famous, well-known documents of Egyptology since 2013 when it's been discovered. It's because it's the oldest papyrus known in the world that talks about the pyramids. It's dated to the time of the pyramid, or I'm sorry, to the reign of Khufu. It says like it says like during the 17th year of Khufu on the papyrus. I forgot to mention that in the debate. The papyrus itself actually dates itself. It says, in the 17th year of the reign of Khufu, my name, Merir, the inspector, I am going from this quarry in Tura to cut limestone blocks, and we're going to bring them to, and guess what it writes? The pyramids of Khufu. And it uses the term Akhet Khufu with a pyramid symbol on it.
Anonymity Channel SF7RZ dropped $10 super chat. Keep chasing comic books in burnt jars. We live in the modern world. None of you know. You weren't there.
So that's the whole point of scholarship, dude. That's the whole point of doing research. That's the whole point of archaeology. That's the whole point of reading primary sources. That's the whole point of understanding hieroglyphs. That's the whole point of comparing inscriptions. That's the whole point of what we're doing. That's the whole point. You don't just say we weren't there, so we don't know. We'll just make up that aliens did it. Then go ahead, go in the corner and eat your glue. It's like I'm here for real, actual truth seeking. You want to eat glue in the corner and talk about fucking the pyramids are power plants? Do it. You got a whole fucking podcast. Watch Joe Rogan or Danny Jones. Go ahead. But listen, so people were there were some people. Not Dan, to his credit, never actually came out and denied this. He's about to in the clip that you're about to see. But since this debate, he's been quiet on this part, which is good. It shows you that he's at least understands that he's wrong about this to some degree. Let's see. It's
Anonymity Channel SF7RZ dropped $10 super chat.
Why are you so many questions about what races these people were? No, he's fucking African, bro. He's fucking Egyptian. He's not Asian. I appreciate the supers though. Keep dropping them on me. But you asked me like 3 times you said, was it this? Was it black people? Then over here you said, were the builders of the pyramids Japanese or black? And then you said, I know you said another one too. You said like 4 times. Bro, I told you they're Egyptian. Khufu's not Asian. He's not white. He's not sub-Saharan African. He would, all right, you know what? You really want to know what he looked like? Watch this. I'll show you what he looked like. He probably looks something like this. He probably looks something like this. Let me see. He probably was like this. I'll listen. You gave me enough super chats. I'll bite. He probably looks something like this. Like that. So, like one of these. Like imagine something like that. That's probably what we're dealing with here. Like this guy right here. So.
At Old Nosy 4961 dropped $4.99 super chat. Congratulations, General Gnosis, on a crushing victory over Dan the Drunk.
Appreciate
this guy
it.
chatting about blacks is trolling, obviously. Stop crashing out.
No, I don't mind it. I'm not crashing out. It's like, dude, how many times are you gonna ask the same question? I mean, like, if you got the money, I'll keep saying the same answer over and over. It's cool. It's fine. So, okay. So some people were trying to deny that the Maria Papyrus actually mentions the word pyramid because they're right. See, look at Jimmy's one of these idiots. He says, see over here, the Diary of Maria does not mention the Great Pyramid. Does not explicitly mention the Great Pyramid. 250 idiots thought this made sense. That's sad. It's sad that people are this dumb. They don't care. They don't pay attention. When he's wrong, so this right here, see this little symbol right here? Right here? That's called the determinative. If we go back to, so I'm just showing that you can even Google this and it'll tell you. It's called the Gardner sign 024. So not only does the Maria Papyrus say Akhet Khufu, which means horizon of Khufu, and Jimmy's so Dunning-Kruger that he thinks, I did the same thing with the Merneptah stele. When I found out Merneptah only says Isseir, I go, that's not Israel. And it was Dunning-Kruger kicking in. I didn't know what I was reading. I didn't know how to read hieroglyphs. People that know how to read hieroglyphs know that's the only way to spell Israel in hieroglyphs. Isseir is Israel. He's doing the same thing here. It's Dunning-Kruger. He thinks because it says Akhet Khufu that it should say pyramid of Khufu. But the word pyramid, guys, is from Greek. The word pyramid is from the word for cake. So when you say great pyramids, you're actually saying great cakes. The word pyramid in Greek means cake. In Egyptian, in Old Kingdom times, they use the term horizon for pyramid because they reached the horizon. That was the word they used. So Akhet Khufu meant Great Pyramid of Khufu. But not only does it say that, by the way, that's the term that they always use in Old Kingdom. Just get this clear. Always. Old Kingdom text, whenever they mention the Great Pyramid, they say Akhet Khufu. But it's even more explicit than that. Not only that it also has what's called the determinative symbol of a pyramid, and it's Gardner sign 024, which is this symbol right here, a pyramid. So it literally says on the papyrus, the Great Pyramid of Khufu with an emoji of a pyramid on it. And these Dunning-Kruger idiots are trying just to lie to people at this point. So I just thought it was funny to come on here and just show you how bad the fallout has been from this debate and how Dan is so desperate to look somewhat good after this that he concocted this story in his head that all the scientific community, they're all against Dan and they all came together to help Neil for the debate. When in reality, what happened was I did my own research, put together my own slides, which I'm about to show you, put together my own slides. These right here, these are my own slides. Put these together myself, and I showed them to two Egyptologists, and then Aussie, the one Egyptologist, actually got on a phone call with me, and what did we do? Was she telling me what to say? No. All she did was I asked her questions. I said, hey, I'm thinking about saying this, and I was wondering if this makes a lot of sense. Like, and I went through my arguments were.
At Smill still dropped $5 super chat. Seems like turned out to be a crazy elaborate tomb, but I think they intended it as resurrection technology and cheat sheet through the netherworld.
Absolutely, 100%. That's what it is. The tomb. You guys know what the Book of the Dead is? Does anyone know what the Egyptian Book of the Dead is? It's a collection of pyramid texts. All the pyramids of Egypt have, some of them don't have a lot of text, some of them do. The ones that do, all of them are all about the afterlife, the underworld, Osiris, Anubis, all afterlife, Duat. That's all they talk about. The pyramids are tombs. That's all they are. But you're right. They're also a technology for getting someone to resurrect. The whole point of the pyramid is there's some sort of ritual burial, ritual mummification going down, where you mummified and then you bring your loved ones with you, and your loved ones get buried right next to you. You even bring your bull with you. Your bull, Apis bull, gets buried there. But all types of rituals happening in the Old Kingdom, whether it's Saqqara, Giza, or whatever. And it's all relating to resurrection. Resurrection is the key goal. That's why they care so much about their tombs. Because people will say, this is silly. It has to be a power plant. Why would they care so much about their tombs? Dude, you just don't understand Egyptian culture. This is what they give a fuck. They see death as the most important thing in their entire lives. And this is what I just make that up? Do you think I just made that up just now? This is what they tell us in their own text. So everything I bring to the table is all based on evidence. I don't just make shit up because I like a narrative. That's what you do. So this is what I brought to the table. I brought a whole list. Occam's razor. These are all the pyramids that we've discovered. Most of them have mummies in them. The ones that don't have mummies in them have open tombs. I wonder why the tomb is open. It couldn't have been that they stole the mummy out because there's a bunch of valuable shit in there. That can't be the answer. It must have been because there's a secret technology that they're using. Flinders Petrie in 1883 said the coffer cannot have been in the pyramid after the king's chamber was finished and was nearly an inch wider than the beginning of the ascendant passage. The only conclusion is that the coffer was placed in the king's chamber before the roof was put on, that if Khufu was finally buried in it, then the inner coffin and any procession accompanying it must have gone up to the gallery on the narrow side ramps or the benches. He's saying it has to be a tomb because the coffin was the first thing that was built in the entire thing. We have inscriptions that say the worker gang of Khufu was here. There's another one. This one right here, from the king's chamber, it says in the 13th year of Khufu. On the block, the person that wrote it literally says, here's the worker gang of Khufu. And this was sealed off. This was sealed off completely until the 19th century when some explorers blew it off. Hang on one second. So we have another inscription right next to the pyramid on a different tomb. A mastaba of one of the worker or the overseer writes, overseer of the pyramids of Khufu, with the same determinative symbols of the pyramids on them. Another tomb mentions being this is a different one. The overseer of all the construction projects of the king. Another one. So I just brought all this evidence, by the way, and I'm just kind of just like, already, you can watch the debate and see me talk about all this stuff. And, I showed how they cut the stone. I talked about how they cut the stone, how we know they can cut the stone. It's not magic. You don't need secret technology. We can do it today with the same technology they had using arsenic bronze saws and sand that has quartz in it. You can cut granite like fucking like butter, dude. And they would use a gigantic drag saw like this. You don't need to think of secret technology for this stuff. You don't have to think of that. The Romans can do this shit too, by the way. Romans were even better at it. They had iron and they had steel. So the Romans were cutting through granite like it was the same. They were using the same process, by the way. The same shit. They're doing the sand thing. And they were lifting even bigger stone, the Romans. This is why I would never ever in my mind in my life think of secret technology of a lost civilization, because I can say, hey, look, the Romans did it. They didn't need some advanced technology. Then why would the Egyptians need advanced technology? It doesn't make any sense. Now, this was another major part that Dan got really smacked over the head with. I presented this list right here of Egyptologists and architects from the last 200 years who have who had dual PhDs or dual master's degrees in either architecture or engineering or construction, because you hear this a lot from Dan, especially that Egyptologists don't know anything about construction. Now, listen to this. I've worked construction my entire life. In fact, I wonder if I can show you guys a picture of me. I think I have one over here somewhere. Let's see. Do I have one? I think I have one. Yeah, I do. Right here.
At Vacan_Pan_ Danny dropped $5 super chat. Honestly, the Graham Hancock type folks aren't interested in data.
No,
One cannot
not at
just
all.
introduce imagination anachronistically that doesn't line up with data.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. And that's another thing. It's like in 2013, when the Maria Papyrus came out, they didn't change their like imagine I can pull up old Egyptology books from 200 years ago. I actually have a few of them here. I got a book by Adolf Ehrman from like 1901 or something, 1920 or something. And Adolf Ehrman, German Egyptologist, the book's translated. I can show you. Actually, I'll show you right now. Give me 1 second. I'll show you this book right now. Another super chat. It's an acoustic
At Old
weapon.
Nosy 4961 dropped $1.99 super chat. It's an acoustic weapon. Not made by aliens, Toe.
Yeah, I don't think so. But thank you for the super chat. So, this book right here, Adolf Ehrman. Where did this come out? This is a translation of a German archaeologist. You know it's old when someone's named Adolf. When you got a guy named Adolf, you know it's an old book. I wonder why. I wonder why I can deduce that. So this edition is 1971, but he died in 1937. So this book had to have been written before 1937. I think it says right here, published in 1923. So this is a 1923 Egyptian Egyptology book. And he's Khufu. It's all about Khufu. There's not a single credible Egyptologist from any time period who ever said it was anyone but Khufu. And so the reason I'm bringing it up is people think like there's some sort of like agenda, of scholarship today. They need it to be a local. They don't want it to be someone else. No, this is what everyone's always thought. So this has been the consensus forever. Herodotus thought this in 450 BCE. Herodotus has a whole chapter about Cheops. Cheops is the Greek version of Khufu. That's his name in Greek, Cheops. Strabo talks about Cheops. There's no one has ever came along and provided a single piece of evidence that anyone but Khufu built the pyramids. It's just a modern, weird conspiracy theory that people just decided that they don't like this idea. They want it to be someone else. But the problem with that is if you want to make a case that someone else built the pyramids, go ahead. I'm all ears. Bring evidence. What is the evidence? There's none. There's just none. You have hundreds of inscriptions, hundreds of texts, hundreds of sources, hundreds of papyri, hundreds of stelae, that all say Khufu pyramids, Khufu pyramids, Khufu pyramids, Khufu pyramids. And then 2013 rolls around. And it was already well established. There was already no debate here. And then they discover another papyri. And it says that it talks about the master architect bringing blocks from Tura to Khufu pyramid. So to me, that's game over. There already was 10 smoking guns, and now there's another smoking gun. And you would think Graham Hancock, who's written all his books before this, would come along and go, "Oh shit, okay, this kind of seals the deal. But he won't, because he has his entire livelihood, all of his money relies upon you thinking that the pyramids were built by a lost civilization. That's all these people, Jimmy Corsetti, Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, Dan, Ben Kirkwick, they're all grifting. All of their livelihoods depend on you thinking that the pyramids were built by a lost civilization. They're not going off evidence. In fact, I watched like Ben Kirkwick, for example, sit in front of Matt, who I love Matt, dude. He's a good dude. And I'm watching him lie to his face, just straight up lying to his face, dude. Like just flat out lying to his face, telling him that he said first lie he said was, we'd never found any bulls buried before. We never found any mummified bulls. That's not true. And then he said in the Saqqara complex, the Serapeum, that's a modern name that Egyptologists came up with today. We don't know what they used to call it though. That's false. The inscriptions in the place call it the House of Apis. The House of Apis, the Apis bull. And not only that, the inscriptions in the Saqqara Serapeum talk about the bulls that were buried there.
Androgenic dropped $2 super chat. Dammy Lee's pyramid theory is perfect, to be honest.
I don't know who that is, but I'm interested. Thank you. Thank you, Androgenic. Appreciate that, buddy. So you're just lying to people. There's inscriptions in the Serapeum that literally say, oh, this bull was 25 years old when it came in, and it was loved by this pharaoh for 25 years. This bull lived for 17 years, and it was loved by this pharaoh for 17 years. And then you have these people don't give a fuck about the inscriptions. They send this guy Chris, what's his name? Christopher Dunn. This guy who's a nobody. He's not a PhD. He's not an expert. He's not an engineer. He literally worked for a company, a machinist company. And there's pictures of this guy holding a ruler up to the Serapeum tomb and going, it looks pretty even to me. It looks pretty good to me. And then the entire field of pseudo-archaeology are citing Christopher Dunn. You watch these fucking documentaries from Ben Kirkwick and whatever. They're like, expert engineer Christopher Dunn has concluded in his work that this is the blah, 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 blah. And it's just some fucking guy, some fucking random dude off the street who's admitted. He's not an expert. It's laughable shit. Laughable shit. There's a whole, and it's crazy because Rogan is such a big fucking deal. And I'm I respect him for that, but he's started a whole industry because of this, because of how big it got from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's podcast has made this entire thing into an exploding industry where you got these people like Button, whatever the hell his name, Matthew Button. What's this guy's name? Button.
At Eddie Moretti,
Michael Button.
3,742 dropped $9.99 super chat. Let's do a documentary debunking Hancock and all the Rogan acolytes. I can sell that to Netflix. That's what I do.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be down to be involved in that, but that could be a project that you could get some actual fucking people who know what the fuck they're talking about to talk about. This is some of the shit that, like for example, this guy right here. This is like crazy. This is like, I feel like every time I see this stuff, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. For example, like this right here, Michael Button, he goes on Joe Rogan. Look at his face, by the way. Huh? He's like this. He's just like some. Look at him. Hey, Joe. Hey. I don't know what the pyramids could be. Who knows? It could be anything. It's a mystery. And this dude's fucking dumb as hell. Doesn't know shit. And he's made a whole career off not just talking shit out of his ass. AI scripts. You could tell his videos are fucking AI. I listened to his video for 2 seconds and I go, that's He went to ChatGPT. You could tell this guy goes to the ChatGPT. Watch. There, let's play a clip of him. Like Michael Button. Watch this. Michael Button. Oh, look at, and by the way, he repeats himself over and over. He's done like 20 videos talking about this same exact Göbekli Tepe shit. Talks about the same things over and over and over. How did they move this stone? How did it, mind blowing? How did they do it? How did they move that stone? How did they do it? How did they move that stone? Archaeology has a problem. Oh my God. Look at this one. Oh my God. So when you watch his videos, you can tell it's AI. Look at this.
Every history textbook agrees. Civilization began around 6,000 years ago. But in southeastern Turkey, archaeologists have uncovered something astonishing. A vast network of enormous stone temples built 12,000 years ago, twice as old as the traditional date. And yet still, they refuse to call it a civilization. So is the old story.
And this guy claims to have a bachelor's degree too. What he just said right there is so dumb. Like I don't even think he has a bachelor. I think he's lying at this point, because what he just said right there doesn't make any sense. He's misunderstanding.
4,961 dropped $1.99 super chat. Neil is full-blown logging on us conspirators.
Yes.
Smiley face emoji.
I am. I figured I would have some fun with this. What he just said right there was so dumb, because what we classify as civilization, if you want to debate that, then fine. What we define civilization as is a polity that has a government, that has like, a military, agriculture, road systems, some sort of cohesive religious culture. And the first time you actually do find that is technically in Mesopotamia. Now there is like proto civilizations or like cultures that sort of come together in Europe. You find them in Crete, even before the Minoans in like 7,000, 6,000, in Jericho, in Egypt, pre-dynastic. But the reason why we don't call those civilizations is because they don't check all the boxes that you find for like Sumer. So what he's basically saying is nonsense. He's basically going, oh, look at this, a megalithic structure in the middle of Turkey, and they have artwork on it. Why can't we call that a civilization? It's like, dude, where's all their writing? Where's their armies? Where's their roads? Where's their fucking religious? We don't know any. We don't know. Like, we haven't got that yet. And maybe if we discover more, we can change the definition. But it's you misunderstanding this shit, dude. Your videos are like garbage, and they get 200,000 views, just totally making people dumber. And this dude obviously is making good enough money to not have to work, which is fine. I'm not going to take that from him. I'm just saying, do better, bro. Make better content. This is all AI slop nonsense. It looks like he just typed in his AI prompt, making me a script about why we think Göbekli Tepe is a civilization or whatever. And then you can tell because he has some of the very how you can tell when something's scripted by AI. Let's just listen.
Permanent settlements, monumental architecture, organized religion, social hierarchy, specialized labor, shared symbolic symbols.
Look, he understands it here. Look at this is what I mean. This is what you call a civilization. Where do you see this in Göbekli Tepe?
Systems, trade networks, and above all, agriculture. Find enough of these in one place and you call it a civilization. This is how it works. This is the standard. This is what we use to classify Sumer, Egypt.
Am I not crazy for thinking that sounded so AI right there? That sounded so AI.
The Indus Valley. And now we're going to apply it to a culture that predates all of them by over 6,000 years.
Let's start with the most obvious criterion, the one you can photograph, the one that stops you cold: monumental architecture.
The pillars at Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe are not small. These are limestone columns standing 5 to 6.
$10 super chat. You can get a bachelor's degree by just showing up to class and completing your assignment.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't take any research or intelligence to do the bare minimum.
And by the way, I mean this with no offense to people who just get a bachelor's. Getting a bachelor's is getting your feet wet. Like, it's not It's after the bachelor's level when the real work starts. That I can tell you right now is like someone who has a bachelor's degree in history is not ready to go out and start telling people what is what. And look, he's legitimately trying to argue based on T-pillars that Göbekli Tepe is like a civilization. I'm sorry, that's just not how you classify civilization yet. If you want to argue over the term civilization, maybe you want to change the definition to include what Göbekli Tepe is, then go ahead. But that's just not what's going on here. He's actually just trying to argue that this should be included in the standard definition. And he's just fudging the data. He's going, oh, look, this is religion. Look, that's a Scorpio. So it must be a religion. You don't know that. We don't know that yet. We haven't fully excavated yet. And look, I get it. People are like, why isn't it fully excavated? What's taking so long? I get that. I think you should be wondering that. Like, whatever. I don't know the reasons for that, but still, it's like the evidence is just not there. So but anyway, my whole point was like this is just crap garbage. This dude's whole channel is crap garbage. It's like AI slop, dude. Horrible. He's like a complete idiot. So okay, the debate. And back to the debate. So Dan, one of the things that I really smoked him on was the part where we talk about, let me see if I can find it. I brought up hold on, I'm looking for it. Carbon dating we'll get to, but the first thing I wanted to get to was the construction people. Here we go, right here. All right. When I brought this up, this was horrible for him because this is one of his MOs. One of his MOs is, I'm a construction guy. I was an electrician, so I know all about construction. And you guys don't. That might not be sure.
She said kind of land.
Sure.
We don't.
You're right. Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next one. That might not be true. This is a list of I hear this all the time from people saying these scholars, they don't know anything about architecture or engineering. They don't know anything about construction. Well, that's actually false. This is a list of people who either have dual PhDs or dual master's degrees in architecture or engineering and Egyptology. From all these people have contributed to Egyptology for over 200 years at least now. Going back to the 1800s up until today. Some of them are still living. Or you see Arthur Callender's still alive, still writing, still teaching. Go to the next page. There's even more. I just wanted to put together a list. There's probably way more than this. This is all I could find in a short period of time. These are people with either dual masters, dual PhDs who study engineering, architecture, and big name Egyptology. So the idea that these are people, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know anything about construction. That's not true. They do. So
I would point out that if you go through these names, you're probably going to find very few of these guys that are on that 20-year timeline thing, and that's
wrong. He was wrong. And by the way, it's not a 20-year timeline. That's another thing they say. They say Egyptologists think it happened in 20 years. It's more of a 30-year timeline. And someone might say, that's not a big difference. Yeah, that's double. That's adding on half the time more. That's 1.5ing it. It's a lot of time. That a whole decade more of time gives you a whole more. It makes it a lot more palatable. So yes, every single I checked into this too. Every single name on this list that I just showed you, thinks that the pyramids were built by Khufu in 30 years, and they're all dual masters, dual PhDs, study architecture and engineering and Egyptology. So Dan and by the way, this idea that you have to be a construction guy to know this shit. I work construction half my life, dude. Here's me right here on lunch break. That's me. This is in 2014. Concrete all over myself. See? Got my hammer hole right there. I'm on lunch break. That's Lake Erie. That's me pouring stairs. 2014 in Buffalo, New York. Stairs. So this idea that, look, all the construction people, they all agree the pyramids weren't built by Khufu. It's just like, stop lying, dude. And by the way, I remember talking to my work friends about, everyone was all into this shit there because we all have like construction brains. And we're all fascinated by ancient Egyptian pyramids and even like ancient Roman stuff and, you know, like columns and shit. And we always talk about this. And nobody thought that there was like, it was impossible that the Egyptians couldn't do it. No one thought that, especially none of like the high level people. And they all knew about the sand trick. The sand trick was something people talked about all the time on these jobs. They would say sand can cut granite because sand has quartz in it. It was a well-known thing, and people who know about brick, stonemasonry, and anything related to like stone or concrete is you know about how to cut stone with other stone. Now nowadays we have diamond tip blades that does the work because diamond is the hardest material, hardest mineral on the planet. But quartz is you got like diamond. Then you have like emerald, and there's like a few more below, and then quartz. Quartz is one of the hardest minerals in the world, and quartz is in sand, so you can cut granite with sand.
At Old Nosy 4961 dropped $4.99 super chat. Stop seething it, Dan. If it doesn't bother you, just say you won the debate and move on. Let the debate speak for itself. Just do a Q&A.
No.
A making money bag emoji.
Yeah.
RN.
Okay, don't watch me then. I don't care. I'm doing my own debate. I'm doing my own stream, dude. Chill out. You're acting a little weird now. All right, so yes, so this part right here, he starts to see a little bit. Watch what he says. That's true. They do. So
I would point out that if you go through these names, you're probably going to find very few of these guys that are on that 20-year timeline thing, and that's one of the biggest problems. You'll see that from 20 to 30-year construction of that date. The timeline of the pyramid is, I mean, that's half the problem with the carbon dating right there, because it's absurd. I mean, in all honesty,
just saying something's absurd is not evidence, or it doesn't do anything. Like, who are you? Who are you? What's your background? What did you study? Which dynasty are you an expert in? Do you know hieroglyphs? Are you like I'm just some guy off the street who got a GED, and I heard they said that it took 20 to 30 years to build the pyramids. That's absurd. Fuck you. Who are you? Like, who are you, dude? I'm sorry, but I'm just like, it doesn't make any sense that you could just decide that this shit makes no sense. It just doesn't make. You're not going to overthrow hundreds of years of Egyptology off the streat, dude. And these people don't agree with the 20.
I would say you'd have to go through there with a fine-tooth comb, but most of these guys are basically unknowns.
No. Now, this is where he admits that he's just not paying attention at all. To me, this was a big deal. The reason why I want people to see this is because Dan has been saying for years that he's reading I read all the papers. I've read more papers than anyone on this website. He says this all the time. He constantly talks about how he's keeping up with Egyptology as if he's like in the know, like he's an expert, right? He reads all the academic papers. This is what he's been saying. And if he has been, he's lying, because every single person on this list are the biggest names in Egyptology of all time. You could not, let's say you've even read 10 papers in your lifetime. You would recognize these names from the citations and the commentaries. Every single name on this list, I even recognize them, and I don't even read Egyptology that much. I'm usually reading classics journals. I'm even subscribed to classics journals. Like, look, Hesperia is one of my subscriptions. I keep up to date on classics, archaeology of Greek stuff. Egypt's not my thing. I'm not a big Egypt guy, but when I do from time to time pick up some journal from Egyptology, I recognize Frank Monhier. I recognize Dennis Stocks. I notice these names. These names pop up in the citations. They are frequently cited by people in Egyptology. So when Dan just said this just now,
so you'd have to go through there with a fine-tooth comb, but most of these guys are basically unknowns.
No, he's wrong. He's admitting I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've probably never read a single journal in archaeology in my entire Egyptology in my entire life. So he's just a fraud. That's kind of what's going on here. He's just a fraud. Let's see. The other part that I wanted to play. There's like two more things that I wanted to show from this debate, and then I'm done. The other one was this. I started this off in the beginning, but I want to finish it now. We talked about the Maria Papyrus, where Dan made it. He just flat out lies here. Watch this. For the Akhet Khufu, spends the night at She Khufu, sets sails towards the Akhet Khufu, the pyramid of Khufu. And by the way, that's the word they use for the pyramids of Khufu in other sources. Akhet Khufu. Cast off the pyramid of Khufu in the morning, goes back to Chura. So this is the smoking gun.
Yeah, we have an actual. This is interesting. Again, I'd like to be able to look into this.
We have an actual.
This is interesting. Again, I'd like.
Doesn't even know basic shit.
This is interesting. Again, I'd like to be able to look into this.
That's bad. That's the end of the debate right there. You didn't even know. This is like the most 101 pyramid. Anything related to the pyramid. Anyone who's even touched a class on the pyramids knows about this papyrus. It's in 2013.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally like saying you've studied Judeo-Christianity, right? And you never heard. Imagine someone saying, "I've never heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls." This is the equivalent. This is the equivalent of the Dead Sea Scrolls when it comes to the pyramids. So if someone says they never studied the Bible, or if someone says I've studied the Bible my entire life, I know everything there is to know about the Bible, and you're like, "Well, what do you know about the Dead Sea Scrolls?" And they go, "Well, that's interesting. I got to look into that." You would immediately go, "This guy's a fucking idiot. Why am I listening to him?" This is exactly what happened right here. This is new, but this is the smoking gun. And the main thing that people need to take home from this is we've always thought. Just think about this. Imagine you're in 2013, and this is the reason why I showed this last. I even showed it after Herodotus, is because our knowledge, our collective knowledge as amateurs and scholars alike. We've always been thinking Khufu, 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 Khufu. And then one day we discover a papyrus that literally says it's Khufu. It's just like, to me, it's a smoking gun. Now watch this. And like, unless you think this is a forgery or somehow they faked this whole thing, good luck going with that route. Because then I just can't take you seriously at that point. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure someone might have that idea in their head. But anyways, the next smoking gun, in my opinion.
Is it inconclusive that this is all what it says?
Yes,
it's completely conclusive.
Again, I'd have to look into that again.
I'm actually legitimately. This is actually making me laugh. Dan saying, "I have to look into this." It's like, dude. And then what? And then are you going to write a paper and you're going to give us your thoughts and publish it? And is everyone going to go, "What does Dan think about this?" It's just funny how the way he said, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to look into this.
Because I've
Egyptologist agrees on this.
This is something that even when I brought this up to.
And now here he just straight up lies. So you just heard him say 5 seconds ago that he's never heard of this. You just heard him say 5 seconds ago. I just showed you guys. Now watch how familiar he is with it all of a sudden. Watch this.
Even when I brought this up to Zahi Hawass, he admitted that the pyramids weren't in that.
He just literally said, when I brought this up to Zahi Hawass, he admitted the pyramids weren't mentioned. What? Didn't you just say 5 seconds ago that you didn't even know what it was? But now you have a recollection of bringing this up. So I did some digging into this. On the fly, he remembered this getting brought up on Piers Morgan, but it wasn't him that brought it up. It was Jimmy that brought it up. And watch what happens.
So even when I brought this up to Zahi Hawass, he admitted that the pyramids weren't in that. So
evidence of more.
Here's what happened.
We have the Wadi al-Jarf papyri.
So correction. No one brought it up to Zahi. I just said that Jimmy didn't. Not even Jimmy. Dan didn't bring it up. Dan, the liar here, did not bring it up. Look at his stupid face, dude. He's such a Dunning-Kruger idiot. Look at his dumb Dunning-Kruger head. And this guy, too. He brings it up. So Zahi brings it up right here. They didn't bring it up. No one brought it up to Zahi. Zahi brought it up. And watch what these Dunning-Kruger idiots say.
Do you know anything about this papyri?
No, they don't. They don't watch. Just look at Dan. Dan doesn't say anything.
The papyri is talking
I'm sure they
about
do.
an overseer of a work.
Do you notice how Dan shakes his head? Yes, I know everything about it. He didn't even know it mentions the pyramid. So why are you shaking your head? Yes. Why are you shaking your head? Yes, you didn't even know it mentions the pyramid.
man who went to Torah to cut the white fine limestone for the casing of the pyramid. And he talked about.
So he this is crazy. These people just lie. They just lie for a living. Zahi says the exact opposite. I have to go back now. I'm sorry to be redundant, but listen to what he just said before this.
The pyramids weren't in that. So even when I brought this up to Zahi Hawass, he admitted that the pyramids weren't in that. So
evidence of moving stones. We have the Wadi al-Jarf papyri. Do you know anything about this papyri? The papyri is talking
I'm sure they
about
do,
an overseer of a workman who went.
The papyri says there's an overseer of a workman who what?
To Torah
who went to Torah,
cut the white fine limestone.
To cut the white fine limestone to what? For what?
For the casing of the pyramid.
For the casing of the pyramid. That's what he said. Did he just admit that the pyramids weren't in there?
And he talked about his
small
boss.
stones.
His name is
Those
Diddy.
stones are like
we
4 to
found
6
his
tons
tomb.
of.
So Jimmy's response is those are just the small stones that are on top. Who cares? Doesn't tell us anything about the big stones in the middle.
The most.
You have in the Middle Kingdom.
And by the way, when it comes to that papyrus you keep
moving
talking about, it
So there was some sort of glitch here on the show. That's not from me. That's from the show.
says absolutely, the word pyramid is not mentioned one single time.
So it's Jimmy who just Jimmy who doesn't know shit about Egyptology, doesn't study Egypt, doesn't know hieroglyphics, doesn't read about this shit, doesn't know jack shit. Probably just watches YouTube videos and reads Wikipedia pages. And look at his face, dude. He's sitting there on Piers Morgan in front of millions of people, confidently asserting bullshit, trying to tell the Egyptologist about his own fucking field. This is Twilight Zone, idiocracy level shit right here. Like, this is crazy shit right here.
Pyramid is not mentioned one single time.
Answer, you do not.
So did Zahi ever? Did Zahi shake his head and go, "You're right, I admit it"? Never happens. Watch.
I gave you the time to talk. Give me the time to answer you, please.
You never said yes or no though to that prior question. Concerned that things have not.
So he changed the subject and goes, "But that prior question about us coming to the pyramid so we can look at stuff, can you please will you please confirm that we can go get the big void?" He changed the subject. And I skipped to a different part of this, of they actually bring it up again.
Kingdom, and there's absolutely no documentation of any kind describing how the pyramids were constructed. Again, there's missing history that happened.
Look at Dan shaking his head like he knows what's going on. Dan, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Neither does Jimmy. Why are these two even here? It's so crazy to me. It's just crazy to me.
There's absolutely no.
You are wrong.
Out of the 100,000 hieroglyphs in Egypt.
And that's the part I wanted you to see. I don't care about Zahi Hawass. I'm not here to defend this guy. I'm not here to talk about this guy saying he's great or all that. I just wanted to show you that he said the exact opposite of what Dan tried to say. He just said, "You are wrong. You are wrong." Listen.
Were constructed. Again, there's missing history that happened right after.
You are wrong.
You are wrong.
You are wrong.
100,000 hieroglyphs in Egypt. There's not one single one that depicts or otherwise describes in any capacity the construction of the pyramids. And again, that diary that you keep citing actually doesn't include the word pyramid whatsoever. Okay. Just like Dan Richards had just said, it's an assumption.
He never actually admits to that. He just says, "You're wrong." And then they go on to another subject. And it's just like the public is watching this shit and thinking, "Oh my God, that Jimmy and Dan crushed him there." Because all you have to do in these situations is look confident. And you can just say lies. You can just straight up lie to millions of people. And as long as you look confident, you look like you won. That's exactly what happened here. And Dan literally just lied to me in this debate, saying that Zahi Hawass admitted that the word pyramid never shows up in this papyrus.
Really? Yes.
He's the one who talks about this on Joe Rogan.
He was talking about Piers Morgan. So it was.
I can't take you seriously at that point. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure someone might have that idea in their head. But anyways, the next smoking gun, in my opinion,
is it inconclusive that this is all what it says?
Yes,
it's completely conclusive.
Again, I'd have to look at it again because I've Egyptologist agrees on this. This is something that I mean, even when I brought this up to Zahi Hawass, he admitted that the pyramids weren't in that. So even when I brought this up to Zahi Hawass, he admitted that the pyramids weren't in.
Okay, so you just look at his yellow fucking teeth, dude. Holy shit. Drinking more beers, dude. Look at that shit. Wow. So this guy was making a video criticizing me for admitting that I reached out to 2 Egyptologists to ask them basically to peer review my slides, as if the entire scientific community came together all against Dan. Oh my God, what are we gonna do about Dan? He's such a menace to us. We gotta figure something out. He's such a problem. Oh my God, we're all sitting here thinking about Dan all day long. How narcissistic do you gotta be to get to think that in your head? How fucking narcissistic you gotta be? How much of a drunken fucking narcissist do you have to be to think that's a reality? That is crazy to me. There's one more clip that I have to show you guys because I let him get by on me on this. When we talked about the pyramid, the carbon dates, there was a part where he said this. At the time, as some people say, substantially confusing connections with other civilizations of the time. Here we settle this debate with 2 major periods of political unity in ancient Egypt: the Old Kingdom, the Pyramid Age, and the Middle Kingdom. We introduced 48 high-precision radiocarbon dates obtained through rare access to museum collections, as well as freshly excavated samples. By combining these new results with legacy radiocarbon data and with text records for the reign and lengths of the kings. So what did I just say there? Well, new carbon dating has been done this year on a brand new peer-reviewed paper that's done by 10 professors of all different fields, archaeology and Egyptology, all types of fields. 10 different PhDs were on this project, and they got how many samples? Let's see, 48 samples from high precision carbon dates obtained through rare access museum collections. And after this was done, they concluded that they actually dated they dated the New Kingdom and the Old Kingdom precisely based on the carbon dates of the materials found. It's not even about the pyramids, by the way. This paper, it was just about the carbon dating. Dan didn't even know what I was talking about, but this is what he says.
Right now, look at the opposition. You know who paid for those samples that they got from the Giza Plateau? The Edgar Cayce Foundation and David Koch. Both of these guys were looking for 10,000-year-old dates.
Yeah. He just comes up with this idea in his head that these billionaires wanted there to be 10,000-year-old dates for some reason. It's nonsense. I don't even know where he got this from. Just made up. He just made it up on the spot.
Dates that are just away. That's exact. They say at the beginning of this paper, we got a problem with this. It's troubled us for a long time, but now
because it doesn't make sense. Because all of the but older reused people were saying
we only see it in the anomaly. We see that in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. See that in the 7th dynasty. Why don't we see that?
Recycled wood.
Why don't we see that in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 15th, 16th, 26th dynasty?
I let this get by. I didn't know what he meant by that, but he's actually wrong what he just said. Those dynasties that he just mentioned have the same carbon dating issues, but them being off by 100 years because of the wood samples. They all have that. So they all have the exact same thing happening. There's a chronology right in front of your face.
We see it in the anomaly.
He just doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just making shit up in the debate and looking confident. These people are like the worst type of people you can actually think of because they're just scumbag liars. They're just liars. They're not actually they're not actually being good faith. They're trying to get to the truth. They're just trying to, I don't know, further their careers or whatever.
And again,
that's like saying, why aren't we building things the same way as people in the 1600s?
At the very beginning of
400 years is a long time.
At the very beginning of dynastic Egyptian times, we have an alignment with the radio.
What he just said was wrong. There's no alignment for the early dynastic Egyptians. It has the same exact problem with carbon dating. What he just said was wrong.
Carbon dating. It's just when they start these crazy building projects. And hang on, the first guy that starts these crazy building projects builds 3 times more than anybody else.
Which is why he probably uses reuse. This guy is just talking out of his asshole. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just making shit up. Old wood.
This is the one time in history we have massive amounts of records of them importing cedars from Lebanon. There was no shortage of wood in Egypt to this.
Which makes no sense. If they were importing wood from Lebanon, that means they don't have it. Holy shit. Why would they be importing wood from somewhere else if they had wood? What a stupid thing to say.
Time, no shortage at all. The fact of the matter is we have a 150 to 200.
So, okay. The other part that real quick, is this part right here. He lies again.
Reasons it's not Roman. Number one, these trilithon stones don't use the Roman foot. All three of the stones in the ground still do. The stone of the pregnant woman, the other two stones in Baalbek, they are measured with the Roman foot. The trilithon's not. It's not measured with the Roman foot.
Guess what, guys? His argument here is that these big stones right here don't have the Roman foot. They were just cut, right? Without any metrics that we know of. So, okay, fair. That's a good argument. Let's start there. The problem is, someone just joined. Thank you, Bakken. What's going on, man? Good to see you. I'm about to open up the floor if you guys want to jump on.
_pan_Danny Bees has become initiated. Sophistry has made its way back. Pure imagination. No gnosis. Not even real belief.
Yes.
That which they accept as actual truth. Just fantasy and cope.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the last thing I want to talk about before I'm going to move on from this. I brought this up in the debate too, but he just kind of just pretended that I didn't say it, or he just denied it. He just flat out denies it. These stones down here are cut with the Roman foot. They all measure divisible to the Roman metrics. So the question is this. And by the way, some of these pseudo people have tried to say they acknowledge this, and they try to actually say that the Romans came in, took the bottom part out somehow, and put new ones in, and these stones were just sitting here, floating in the air the whole time. Dan's not that stupid, I don't think. So what Dan does, he just denies the whole thing. So if these stones are all cut with the Roman foot, how the fuck did these get here if they're not cut by the Romans? We also know that the Romans cut this because they did it in other places. We actually have the stones that at this size that were cut by the Romans. And not only that, Lucian talks about this temple being built by the Romans. So, and that's around 150 AD. So Dan just doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just lying out of his asshole.
The other thing, another really big one is the Romans put their most impressive features in their buildings right in your damn face when you walked in. This is
not when it comes to walls. They don't care about walls. By the way, when you look at Baalbek, the most impressive is the beginning. When you look at Baalbek, let me see if I can find a picture of it. Baalbek depiction. Let me see. Depiction. So this is what it would look like. Here we go. This is what it would look like. Where'd it go? The hell just happened? All right, this is it. That is the front. Now, this is an entire complex temple complex, right? So you have these big, giant columns in the front, Corinthian style columns, and a big opening door, and like it is impressive. I'm sorry, but like a big stone back then, people just don't care as much back then. I'm sorry, it's just like not the size of a stone. Romans don't care about that shit. So this is a stupid argument. But anyways, let's just go back to what he says real quick. Finish off this part. I just want people to see. He's just kind of just going along and saying whatever sounds right.
It's on the backside. You got to. No, hang on. You got to hike to the backside to find it. So why?
That's the size of blocks.
That they
and we know they can lift that stuff. Have you read Vitruvius? Never read Vitruvius?
There's tried to move a stone like this in Catherine the Great's time, and it took modern metallurgy of the day.
So that's a fallacy right there. He just brought up Catherine the Great. That's a non sequitur. We're talking about the Romans. We're not talking about the Russians. So the Russians are different people from a different time period that are doing different things. If they haven't lifted megalithic blocks for 500 years, they're not going to be good at it. Just like today, if we wanted to do it, we wouldn't be good at it. The Romans who do it all the time are good at it. So this is Vitruvius. I recommend you have this in your library. One of the greatest works of all time. Roman, 1st century BC. And he has a whole entire book, book 10. And in book 10, he has a whole chapter on how to move megalithic stones. He says, I will proceed to the explanation of this. Or let me just go back a second. He says, but it must be confessed that rectangular without circular motion, on the other hand, circular without rectangular motion can neither is this the right part? Oh, here he goes. Without the other be of much assistance in raising weights. I will proceed to the explanation of this. The pulleys revolve on axles which go across the blocks, talking about the big stone, the blocks, and are acted upon by straight ropes which coil around the axle of the windlass when that it is put in motion by the levers, causing the weight to ascend. The pivots of the windlass axle are received into or play into the gudgeons of the cheeks, and the levers being inserted into the holes. That's this. You see some of these have like little holes in them too. You can see them. See underneath? The little holes in them. And then it says, provided for them in the axle, which are moved in a circular direction and thus cause the ascent of the weight. Thus also an iron lever being applied to a weight which many hands could not remove, if a fulcrum, which the Greeks call upomoklion, be placed under it, and the tongue of the lever be under the weight, one man's strength at the end will raise the weight. He just said, if you do this process with a bunch of ropes and pulleys, one man can do it by himself. He said, and he basically explains that the gravity works in your favor if you know how to do it. If you know how to master gravity, the gravity will work in your favor. That's exactly what he says here. There's a whole book, and that's just one paragraph of the entire chapter on that. He goes on and on and on and on how to do it. So Dan, he just talks out of his ass. Watch this. This is the last part.
And they barely pulled it off.
So Vitruvius, who wrote in the 1st century BCE in book 10, writes exactly how he talks about gigantic stones of heavy weight. It's a whole chapter on
and in real history, we've tried it,
technology
and we couldn't do
it. Notice how he just thinks in real history we tried it and we couldn't do it. Well, then, Dan, how did this one get up there? Magic? Is that what your argument is? Because the thing about this whole debate, which is so funny to me, is he doesn't have a position here. He's just going, well, I can't figure it out, so neither can you. That's his whole argument. He doesn't actually say who built this stone. He never actually says, I think it was built by aliens. I think it was built by technology. I think it was built by the Phoenicians. He never says anything. He just says the Romans didn't do it. Why the Romans couldn't do it? Well, because Catherine the Great couldn't do it, so they couldn't do it. But Dan, someone did do it. It's standing there right now. So that's a fallacious argument that it can't happen. If your argument is it can't happen because it can't happen, well, then you're fucking done, because it's done. It already has been done. It's sitting there right now. What a silly thing to say about how it's done with levers.
So does Graham Hancock and Christopher Dunn. I don't care. I mean, we have people that tried. Catherine the Great's people tried to move a stone smaller than this.
That you could point to people who. I don't give a shit about Catherine the Great.
Okay, well, that's what you're doing right now, and except for that, you're telling me somebody that doesn't, he could have been blowing smoke. Catherine the Great's people recorded it all, and we know that they had to repeatedly use the most modern metallurgy of the time. And the other thing, well, like I was saying,
what does metallurgy have to do with this? What the fuck does metallurgy have to do with this?
But they put this on the back side, and you can disregard that, but I would challenge you to find another Roman edifice with the most impressive feature on the back side.
It's not the most impressive feature.
And then the
back side, and it looks just like this.
This is
the same type of building. Anyways, you get the point. My main argument that comes up, I don't know what I mean. Look at the ones.
How much do the
stones that were
but
used a
biggest ones
big on Stefan has to dig the Romans. Okay, so
yeah, but it's all after that period.
But who kept meticulous records of what they built.
look, he just laughed. He just goes, "This is how Dunning Kruger he is." Look at his face. Look at his face right now. You hear what he just said? He said the Romans took meticulous records of these things. No, they didn't. We have less than 2% of all the Roman records that have ever been. Every single primary source from antiquity, only 2% have survived to today. So that stupid laugh was just a Dunning Kruger.
After that, Peter Stones at Trilithon, they talked about why is there no record of it? But then I'm asking you, the Romans
There's a record of everything.
The Romans who kept meticulous records of what they built.
He had the stupidest laugh in the world, and he's wrong. This is what I'm trying to show you guys. Like the confidence in being wrong at the same time is so fucking crazy to me. Like Dan actually tried to say that there's all these meticulous records of Romans construction projects. What's the name of it? I mean, we have Vitruvius. He doesn't talk about every single building that's ever been made. He talks about a few of them. What other architecture books out that you can name? There's a few of them, but the idea that they're taking there's a record book of every single building project that the Romans ever made is crazy. And that would only come from the mouth of someone who has no idea what they're talking about. Because the Romans built hundreds and hundreds of construction projects that either are destroyed today, or we have ruins of it, or maybe some of it survives today. And most of it is not written down in record. Most of it we just find it. So the idea that he's had that stupid laugh, like he knew what he was talking about, but he was just wrong. This is like the craziest thing to me. It's actually crazy to me. It's like Twilight Zone shit that people can be this confident and wrong at the same time.
The Romans who kept meticulous records of what they built.
Look at that laugh. Dan, look at his stupid face right now. Look at that stupid caveman face. Dan, how the fuck do you know this? Are you a Roman historian? Do you know how to read Latin? Have you sat there and dug through all the primary sources of Roman records? And are you going to show me all of the construction jobs that have ever been done? And is for some reason this one's left out? Is that your argument? Because you're wrong, Dan. There are not a lot of records of Roman buildings. There's only very few. We have the Colosseum, for example, the Colossus of Nero. There's records about that. There's a few records of certain really famous Roman sites, but most Roman sites are not recorded. They're just there. And again, it's because during the Middle Ages, we as a collective, as the Western civilization, we've lost over 98% of all the sources from antiquity. And a good if you want to watch a video on that, I did a video with No Theft. Let's see. Let me share my screen again. This video right here. Where is it? Right here. We lost 98% of ancient texts. Here, I'll play the intro. In this video right here, we talk about how we lost 98% of our sources.
I agree with all of this. I think I can offer a couple of remarks that might be useful. First of all, the scale of the loss is absolutely devastating, right? I mean, what we have in terms of classical Greek literature is less than 2% of the total out.
We have less than 2% of all the literature from antiquity. That's from Raphael Netz. That's a book that just recently, from 2015, I think. But this is Dr. No Theft, who I interviewed, a medieval scholar, telling me and he even says it's actually closer to 99%. It's probably the 1%. We probably have about 1% of all of our sources from antiquity, Roman and Greek, both of them. So the idea that Dan's going, we have everything we have meticulous records from the Romans about everything they've done. No, we don't. We do not. We have none of it. So you're just an idiot, and you're just Dunning-Kruger, and you're confidently wrong.
And if classical Greek literature is less than 2% of the total out. And if you count everything written down, of course, it's way below 1% because of the documentary sources. But
I didn't know as low as 2%. I thought it was like we lost more than half or something. But you're saying we lost 98%?
It looks actually worse now than it maybe looked a couple of decades ago based on new.
Notice that? It looks worse now than we used to think a couple of decades ago. You know, this idea that the people were just keeping this narrative alive for all these time. That's a new development right there. Most people don't know. We've lost 99% of all of our text from the ancient world. Do you know how mind-blowing that is? How much shit that we don't know that was written down that is just gone now? It's crazy.
Research, right? I mean, I'm going mostly by RevealNet's data. The plague of Justinian was apparently a really bad plague. 10 years or a little bit more, we've known that this is indeed another installment of the Black Death that hit Europe in large part.
All right. So there's 900 people watching. I think let's do something. If you want to come on and challenge me, or you got something you want to say, you want a topic you want to bring up, super chats, keep the super chats coming, obviously. I'm gonna put the link in the description, but I'm done. I just wanted to do a review of not just the debate, but the sort of bullshit that came out of Dan after he got embarrassed from me and Kip. Because Kip straight up embarrassed them. When I went on Kip Davis's, Flint. They sound similar. When I went on Flint Dibble's show, Flint embarrassed him. Like, Flint corrected a lot of things I missed in the debate. Flint was able to catch on. And it was so bad that almost nothing Dan said in that entire debate was correct. He was wrong about literally everything he tried to bring forth. So when he has that little stupid phrase that Neil had the entire scientific community on his side and I still came on top, it's like, dude, sorry, but your own host admitted this right here.
At Old Nosy 4961 dropped $5 super chat. Were lots of documents lost in the fire of the Lighthouse of Alexandria?
Oh yeah. I mean, okay, let's talk about that for a second. That's a good thing to bring up. But this loss. So we lost more just from the Christian monks than we did from what you're talking about. Why do I know that? So yes, it is true that Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria, got burned down around the time of Julius Caesar. However, what most people don't talk about, and let me finish off this topic real quick before I come on this. Yes, Dan tried to say he still came out on top, but Matt admitted that I changed his mind from 50-50 to 90 after the debate. That is why that is why Dan is pissed off, and that is why Dan's making those videos. Anyways, back to the super chat. So you hear this all the time. It's like we lost 98%, and I'm going to put the link. I'm going to put the link in so people can join. And obviously, I'm still taking super chats. Obviously. Let's see. Here's the link. I'm going to pin the link to the chat on YouTube. So if you're watching on a different platform, go to YouTube and it's pinned there. So there it is. Pinned. All right. Back to this project. All right. So you hear this all the time. People say, by the way, there's 500 people watching on YouTube and like 300 on Twitter. Is that what's going on? This is 900 total. Anyways. Yeah, you hear this all the time. The Alexandrian library got burned down in the 1st century BC. We lost everything. Not true. And the reason why is because if it would have happened in 300 BC, then we would have lost everything. Because right around 300 BC or 270 BC, maybe 250 BC, in between 300 and 250 BC, if it would have happened during that time, that would have been a problem. Because that was when the library was first built. Imagine a brand new museum that just gets put up for the first time. And it's all this valuable stuff is put there, and it's all been just brought there. It's like the biggest mega museum where they took all the museums of the world and brought all of those valuable stuff to one mega museum, and then it got burned down right away. Then you would lose a lot of shit. But what happened was in 50 BC or whatever year it was, I think it was 50 BC when it burned down. And by that time, it was hundreds of years after the library was already built, and there was already new libraries that have been sprung up since then. For example, the Library of Pergamon. Let me see Pergamon. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this city right here, where is it? This. Where is it? Oh, here we go. All right, so this city right here, this Acropolis right here was with a gigantic library somewhere up on this hill. This sprouted up around 200 BC. 150, 200 BC, second century BC. And their library rivaled the Library of Alexandria. And what happened was they copied all the sources that Alexandria had, all the scrolls, all the text. They copied them and brought them to Pergamon. Not only did Pergamon have the text. Thank you, Grandpa.
At Grandpa.10 $4.99 super chat.
Appreciate you. How's the grandkids doing? Good to see you. So, not only did Pergamon have copies of these Alexandrian texts from 300 BC or beyond that, but Antioch, Syria also built a library that was pretty well, very famous as well. I think the size would go Alexandria number 1, Pergamon number 2, Antioch number 3, and then Rome number 4. So that's another thing. Rome also had a giant library where they were collecting and copying texts from Alexandria. So when the Library of Alexandria burned down, we didn't lose much. I'm not saying we didn't lose anything. We probably did lose something. Probably lost some valuable shit that was there that there probably was a good amount of text that only existed in Alexandria that maybe there's only a few copies of. That was some exclusive papyri with epistle written by Plato or something, or an epistle written by Aristotle that we just lost. Maybe. We'll never know, because if it's gone, it's gone. We'll never know. So, but the big classics like Homer and Hesiod and Aristotle and Plato and Theocritus and all those big texts, those were all already spread around the whole entire Mediterranean. Now, that is not what the Dark Age. That's not what we mean when we talk about the Dark Ages or the Middle Ages or the loss of our 98% of our sources, because that happened over a long period of time during the early Middle Ages, when Christian monks just didn't give a shit about antiquity. This is why I continue to call it a Dark Age. That's dark to me. The fact that Christians were sitting there with all these texts that our ancestors were painstakingly copying to preserve, and the Christians come along and go, nah, we're going to copy the church fathers instead. Saint Dionysius, Saint Justin, and they copied all the church fathers We have hundreds of copies of all the church fathers. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about that saint. Don't forget about that saint. Don't forget about bishop this, bishop that bishop over here. Oh, don't forget about Clement or Clement II or Alexandria, bishop, blah, 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 blah. Anastasius. Those got all preserved. In fact, it was so bad that some of the classics got written over to preserve the saints. Oh shit! Look who's in the chat.
At Luki Cavans dropped $1.99 super chat. Maybe we lost Ptolemy the First's writings in Alexandria.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the Ptolemies. I have a book here where it has it's got the Hellenistic. Let's see if I can find it right now, real quick. I have a book here. Is it my other room? It's got all the Hellenistic surviving text, and there's quite a few of them from like the different Ptolemies, and the Ptolemy the First. Yeah, I'm sure there's something there. Look, ultimately, I agree. If there is going to be sources from Alexandria that are lost, it's going to be from the dynasty of the Ptolemies because that's their library. And so you're probably not going to get someone in Rome interested in copying some random epistles by Ptolemy the First. They want the universal big. They want Homer. They want Aristotle. And they're probably going to go, well, what do you got there? Oh, you got Ptolemy's epistle to some random guy in Babylon. Well, I don't want that. You can keep that in Alexandria. And then when Alexandria got burned down, texts like that's probably what we lost. That's actually a really good observation, I would say. But ultimately, like my point is, we didn't lose. It wasn't like a massive setback of our knowledge. The Dark Ages or the Middle Ages is where that happened at. So, good to see you, though. Good to see you, Luke.
At Old Nosy 4,961 dropped $2 super chat. What cult did Alexander the Accursed partake in?
Alexander the Accursed? Who's that? Alexander the Accursed? Oh, you're talking about Alexander the False Prophet? Is that his nickname? Alexander the Accursed? Are you talking about Lucian, right? Let me see. Hold on. Let me just look this up. Alexander the Accursed. Oh, no, that's Alexander the Accursed, pejorative, Persian. That's a name for Alexander the Great? Yeah, I never heard that title yet. So if that is, are you talking about Alexander the Great or Alexander the False Prophet? Alexander the Great. That's you're calling him Alexander the Cursed? Interesting. What cult? So that's a good. Actually, I can tell you exactly what cult was. So the way we think about religion today is not how they thought about religion back then. You didn't grow up in a faith. You weren't like, I'm a Christian, I'm a evangelical, I'm a Catholic, or that's all modern shit. The way they did things was you had local traditions depending on where you grow up, but you didn't have like a name for it. Like there was the mysteries of Dionysus, and there's a mysteries of Dionysus in a different city, and they have nothing to do with each other. And so a lot of times, and so what happens over time, and once there's like a lot of trading going on, and the Greeks start to spread out, and the Romans start to spread out, you start getting what's called Greco-interpretatio, where like Osiris gets equated with Dionysus, and then there's a merging and a syncretism going on. But to answer the question of Alexander, his parents, Philip of Macedon and Olympia of Epirus, they were married. Their marriage happened at the Mysteries of Samothrace. So let me show you that right now. Samothracian Mysteries. This right here. Can you see my screen? This was sort of a local, I guess you could say a local religion of the North Macedonia region.
At Androgenic dropped $5 super chat. Dammy Lee figured out how humans built the pyramids in Egypt.
Damn, did he? That's crazy. I'll send him my way. I don't think anyone knows exactly how they were built. I think the evidence is just we know when it was built, by who, and what it is. But I don't think we know, like the debate, that is a fair debate that's going on right now. How exactly they got the blocks up there. Was the ramp straight up? Was the ramps around it? Was there some other thing going on? That's the debate, because we don't have that evidence. The evidence we do have is Khufu and tomb and blocks from Tura. Like, that's the evidence we have. All right, so this is back to this question right here. What cult did Alexander the accursed, Alexander the Great, take part in? Well, I know one thing's for sure. I can tell you this with certainty, that his parents were married here in this sanctuary of the gods at Samothrace. Look, it says it right here. During the Hellenistic period, Philip II, Macedonian sanctuary, where the successors of Alexander the Great vied to outdo the others, Muniphis. Someone else is super chatting.
At Eric Shaver 937 dropped $5 super chat. Have you ever seen the movie True Romance? And if so, was that true what the protagonist's father said about the Moors invading Sicily?
True Romance. What movie is that again? Why does it sound familiar? True. Oh yeah, that's a good movie. I don't know what part you're talking about the Moors invading. Oh my God, I do know what you're talking about. I wonder if I can play that clip. You know what? I'm gonna play it. If it gets me demonetized, I can just clip it out. I figured this out now. When you play something on YouTube, it'll say, "Oh, they're gonna take your revenue." Blah blah blah. All you gotta do is clip it out, and you can remonetize. So I'll just do it. So let me see if I can look up that. It's the N-word part, right? The N-word, True Romance, Sicilian scene. Let's play it. Hopefully that doesn't get me demonetized though. I think it'll bleep it out, right? If it's on YouTube, it's got to be.
Great liars.
I can't believe you brought this movie. I haven't seen this movie since I was like 10. Like, this is such a crazy. I can't believe it. When you said the name, I knew it, but I had to look it up to remember. I don't want to keep playing it. If that word comes up more than once, I might get in trouble. But that is a crazy scene. Back in the time where movies can say shit like that without people getting offended, look, because it's in context of a character. It's not like we're all saying we should act like that. It's like you're watching a crazy character say a crazy thing because people act like that in the real world. To me, that's common sense. Anyways, is it true? Yes, I think so. I think to some degree. I think Sicilians, because the Arabs conquered Sicily for a long time. Let me see. Arab conquest of Sicily. I know they got driven out a bunch of times. They got kicked out a bunch of times. Like, I'm just thinking on this. I'm not an expert in this, but like I think this is pretty well known. Muslim conquest of Sicily. The Muslims conquered Sicily between 827 and 902. That's a long time. It's almost a damn near century. So yeah, it's true. I mean, it's probably true that there's people who are Sicilian probably have a combination of ancestry. Not saying anything's wrong with that. I'm just answering the question. Oh shit, my camera went out. Hold on 1 second. I can fix it. It's my cord. I'll be right back. Here, you know what I'll do? Let me play something for you. Let me just put on one of my videos real quick. Be right back. Let's see. We'll go to the Giorgiani one.
And the more you bombard a certain group of fruit flies with radiation, it warps the formal cause. And because the formal cause is non-physical and it's acting across distance instantaneously, a control batch of fruit flies that has not been subjected to the stimulus starts to exhibit the same mutation. Okay? Which shows you that there's an independent formal cause at work, which Sheldrake calls morphic resonance. Well, that's the formal cause. okay, that Aristotle was talking about.
So forms can change the realm
Now,
of form.
Aristotle didn't understand that. Aristotle understood that forms are at work on things.
Okay.
Coming.
All right. So I hope I answered that. Thanks for that $5. I hope I answered that question. I think that's the answer is yes. The one I wanted to go to is this super chat. This is an interesting question. Is what was the cult of Alexander the Great? What was the religion of Alexander the Great? I think someone could write a whole book about this. This would be a cool topic. I'll come back to you in 1 second.
At Old Nosy 4,961 dropped $5 super chat. Were these Greek cults waging war on each other?
No.
Using the city-states as proxies?
Nope.
Explain the context of Greek mystery cults in their civil wars.
And there wasn't any civil wars. That's the thing. When we look at the Crusades with Muslims and Christians going to war for thousands of years, that's foreign in the ancient world. The ancient world, they fight over land and politics and economics, and kingdoms are at stake. But there's not a lot of religion wars happening. It's funny, they were divided more by religion, but they didn't care. They all had different religions. They all had different beliefs in the gods. They all had different pantheons, different mysteries. And they just accepted that. They just was like, oh, that's the Celtic. The Celtics believe in that pantheon. Cool. We believe in this one over here. And they didn't care. It's just like, I envy that period because of this. I seriously do. But yeah, you asked a really good question. What was the religion of Alexander the Great? Well, if you read the Alexander romance, you'll find out they try to make it seem like he was a follower of Ammon. He was the son of Ammon. And there's some truth to this, that when Alexander visited the Siwa temple of Ammon, Siwa Oasis. By the way, I was here when I was in Egypt. I was one of my favorite. It is probably Saqqara, Giza were obviously really fascinating. Obviously, world-changing shit. But this was my favorite place, was the Siwa Oasis. Alexander came here. He had no reason to do this. There was no military strategy here. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There actually was. It was actually a really good idea. Because once he went here, he traveled all the way here. He just defeated the Phoenicians and he comes over here and then goes all the way here. He conquers Egypt and then he goes all the way to Siwa, almost dies on the way there, apparently. And what happened was, it says it right here. So Herodotus knew of a fountain of the sun. During the campaign to conquer the Persian Empire, Alexander the Great reached the oasis supposedly by following birds across the desert. The oracle, Alexander's court historian alleged, and they're talking about Callisthenes, that's his name. Callisthenes. That's the original author of the Alexander romance. We only have fragments of his text, but the source that we have now is all from like 100 AD or later. Anyways, he says that both divine personage and the legitimate pharaoh, the oracle of Ammon, confirmed Alexander as both the divine personage and the legitimate pharaoh of Egypt, though Alexander's motives in making the excursion following his founding of Alexandria, this is where the library gets built, remain to some extent inscrutable and contested. So that's from Robin Locke's fame book on Alexander the Great. The only reason why I'm bringing this up, the only reason I'm on this page right now, is I'm saying one of the elements of the religion of Alexander the Great was that he was the son of God. He was the son of Ammon. Ammon is Zeus. Zeus is the chief god. He's the head of the pantheon. He's the head honcho. He's God himself. In the genitive form, he's Dios, of God. He's God. So Alexander was believed to be the son of Zeus Ammon. But
at Eric Shaver 937 dropped $5 super chat. You should play a little bit of this link in the chat.
What link? What are you talking about? Play a little bit of this link in the chat? I don't know what you mean. Thank you, though. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by play a little bit of this link in the chat. I don't know what you mean. But thank you, though. All right, so that's one of the aspects of Alexander's religion. The other aspect of Alexander's religion that I think goes beyond before this was the... Where'd it go? Oh, it's not on this page. Was the Samothracian mysteries. And so his parents were married here. I believe it says it in here too. Philip of two. I would do with others. So see, okay, so what this is basically saying is during the Hellenistic period, Philip II, which is Alexander's father, it formed the Macedonian National Sanctuary. So the Macedonian, so the I guess you would say the Vatican are like the Catholics have their Vatican where the Pope is. The Macedonians had their sanctuary of Samothrace. This was the holy temple of the Macedonians. That doesn't mean they didn't have other temples. They had other temples too, but their major mystery religion, where people went to get initiated into the mysteries, was this sanctuary right here. And it's not an island. It's right here. You see this little island right here? So Macedonia is all of this. This is all Macedonia. And the island's right here, in the mid, like right here. So that was a famous mystery called, it rivaled the Eleusinian mysteries. It was almost as famous as the Eleusinian mysteries, and also almost as old too. So it's pretty old. It's Bronze Age. Also, so let's talk about it real quick. You have, well, what's the pantheon? What gods do they worship here? Here's the list right here. The Great Mother, obviously, was worshipped there. You also had Hecate. Cadmilos was this fertility god, kind of like Hermes. And then you had the twins, the Dioscuri were there. I think there's a better page than this for Eleusinian mysteries. For some, I don't know why. This is it actually. This is it. But you know, it's your basic Greek pantheon, but a little bit just there's more particulars going on. Here it is right here. Plutarch. We are told that Philip, after being initiated into the mysteries of Samothrace, at the same time with Olympias, the mother of Alexander, he himself being still a youth, and she an orphan child. So, according to Plutarch, this is actually kind of cool. According to Plutarch, King Philip, or this time he was Prince Philip and Princess Olympias were brought together by an arranged marriage. Let me pull up another super chat.
At Eric Shaver 937 dropped $2 super chat. Type greatest speech ever by Alexander the Great.
Okay, I'll do it in a second. Let me see. So just to finish this out, I like this topic. So according to Plutarch and other sources as well, you have Olympias, who's just an orphan child. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Olympias is not from Macedonia. She's from Epirus. So Epirus would be, let me show you where Epirus is. Epirus is on the western coast of, Greece. Right here. See the western, if you could see, here, that's it. Here's Italy, here's Epirus. So she's not even from Macedonia. She's from Epirus. But what happened was, when she was an orphan child, she was the princess of, I think she's the daughter of, yes, she's the eldest daughter of Neoptolemus of Epirus. And he was the king of Epirus, so that's what he was. And Philip at the time was, let's see if we can pull up Philip. Here we go. Philip was the son of Alexander the Third. Oh, no, not Alexander the Third. He was which Philip? Oh, this is a different Philip. Alexander the Second, I think. Let me see. Philip II was the son of, he's the son of Amyntas the Fourth. So, yeah, okay. The point I'm trying to make is Philip is a prince, young prince. Amyntas is ruling. Neoptolemus is ruling. Two kings that are trying to make an alliance, right? Androgenic again. You guys are dropping them on me today.
$5 super chat. Guy says he is son of Zeus, but I am daughter of Cathy. Druids are cool too, lol.
I am daughter of Cathy. Nice. Thank you. Another super chat.
At Old Nosy 4961 dropped $2 super chat. Is Alexander trying to be like Apollo? Or Ares?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, he's trying to be like Apollo. He's trying to be like Dionysus too, though. He's trying to be like the gods in a lot of ways. He's a god. He becomes a god. He becomes deified. So it's not even like he's trying. He is. He succeeds in this. He is literally deified and worshipped. There's a cult of Alexander the Great in Alexandria for hundreds of years, up until the time of Caesar. So it's like Christianity. And I have a whole chapter in my upcoming book about deified people who had cults like Christianity. This was a big thing in this time period. It wasn't just Jesus. There was people being killed and deified and worshipped all the time in the ancient world. Antinous was the lover of Hadrian. When he drowned in the Nile River, he became Neos Dionysus and was worshipped with an entire gigantic Roman cult. It became a huge religion for a little while, for like 100 years. So I document that in my book, upcoming book. I got a whole chapter on that, on dying and rising, not just gods, but religions. So, okay, so what the reason why I'm pointing out who their parents were is these people were in power. You have Amyntas the Fourth and Neoptolemus, and these are the kings of Epirus and Macedon. And what they're doing is they're marrying off their children to each other. But not only are they marrying off their children to each other, they do it specifically on the holy island of Samothrace during the sacred mysteries of the Samothracian gods. So as a result of this, we are told that Philip, being initiated in the mysteries of Samothrace at the same time as Olympias, he himself still being a youth and she an orphan child, fell in love with her and betrothed himself to her at once with the consent of her brother. So this was all, you could see they're bringing their families together. This is what happened in the ancient world. And as a result of this, you get a gigantic Macedonian dynasty that ends up ruling the world. So obviously it works. So this is the religion for you. Religion is political. Religion and politics should not be separated. They are entwined in so many ways. But yeah, it's a cool story, right? Oh yeah, I have some slides from my old videos that I worked on. Let me see if I can pull them up. I did a whole video on Samothrace a long time ago. And I could show you some of my slides that I worked on. Here we go. So here we go. Let me share my screen. We got a Celsus who cites the mysteries of Samothrace. Walter Burke quote, mysteries of initiation rituals, personal secret character aimed at a change of mind through experience of the sacred. The core idea, this is just mystery cults in general. Here we go. Island of Samothrace, iconography of the great gods, 2 bronze statues stood before the gate. The Nicene preacher, which is a Christian, talks about the Samothracian mysteries as well. He cites them. They had Adamus. They had a god named Adamus, who was one of the primordial gods, like Adam. And the Nicene preacher actually links him to Adam, by the way. So that's kind of interesting. And they claim that the people who were associated with Samothrace race, they claim that their mysteries were pre-Greek or Pelasgian, they would say, which there's a lot of debate on what Pelasgian means. Some people think it's related to Philistine or Pelastet. That's mentioned in Egyptian sources, the sea people, if you will. Could be. Who knows? You also have this character named Iasion or Iasios. He's the son of Zeus, and he gets killed by Zeus for marrying Demeter, which is also the great mother in this mystery. So the great mother is called Demeter to the Eleusinians or to the Samothracians, and she marries Iasios, and Zeus gets pissed and sends his thunderbolt down and kills him. And then he comes back every year. And then, according to the sources, Heracles himself was initiated here, along with Jason from the Argonautica, Cadmus, Orpheus was initiated here, and the twin Dioscuri. Also, I just mentioned Philip met his wife Olympias at the initiation. I just mentioned that. Germanicus, later in Roman times, was initiated here. As you can see, this is a big deal. That's what the complex looked like. The sequence of the rites, the initiates enter through the propylon from the east. They stood in the theatrical circle where asked what was the greatest sin they had committed. Now, this is big. I brought this up in my video because I want people to see that we think of religion today as being like, oh, the ancient pagans, that they weren't moral. There's no morality. There's nothing about morals. It's all just ritual. It's all just kind of just like nonsense rituals. It's all just like orgies and, you know, whatever some nonsense straw man they come up with. But no, you actually find out that they were interested in being purified from sin. That was a big thing in the Samothracian mysteries. When you became initiated, you became freed from their past life. You were cleansed from your sins, just like Christianity later does. Also, they had a communal meal where they drank wine and ate bread, like a Eucharist. This is not me making this up. This is all in the primary sources. They poured libations in the hall of the choral dancers. They entered the sanctuary, perhaps with lit torches, dramatically enacted the search for harmonia. The reception of a purple fillet was worn, and a magnetic iron ring.
4,961 dropped $2 super chat. Confessing sins isn't about morality, it's blackmail.
No, that's not what that is. It could be blackmail if you want it to be. But no, it's not. It's about, this is the whole point. The whole point of being reborn is that you let go of your old self. It's like a snake shedding its own skin. The snake sheds its own skin. You become, that's why they have the symbol of the serpent, a lot of this stuff. You become immortal. That's the point. Christianity follows the exact same steps of the mystery religions. Result of the initiation, special relationship with the gods. You go to heaven when you die. Yay, you're saved. And, you know, the initiates were said to become more pious, better around people. That's Diodorus 549 right there. You can look that up yourself. In fact, let's do it. Diodorus 5.49. Diodorus 5.49. Am I in the right space? 5. So it says, hold on a second. Let me share my screen for a second. God damn, these fucking medicines are all over your face on this website. 5.49. Here we go. Wait, did I pass it? Wait, is this the right one? 5.49, not 5.4, 5.49. Jesus. They got enough ads on this website? Holy shit. Here we go. 5.49. Pass it again. Wait, did they literally cut out the part that I'm looking for? Look at this. It goes from 46 to 64. All right. It says right here, according to the myths where the priests give, the gods give their origin in Crete, and they were led by Zeus to Pangaea at the time when the sojourn was inhabited the earth. In proof of this, they cite their language, pointing out that most of the things they have about them still retain in Cretan names. They added the kingship and the Cretans, and the traditions they received from their ancestors. No, this is not it. So this stupid website was useless. They literally didn't even have the part. They took it out. Is there another one that I can find? Oh, I can do Topo's text, or I can go to University of Chicago. I got Loeb too, but I got let's do this. Here we go. Found it. Sorry about that. Topo's text is good. So here we go. 5.49. Here it is. This is it. The wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia was the first, we are told, for which the gods provided the marriage feast, and Demeter, being enamored by Iasion, we just mentioned him, presented him with the fruit of the corn. Hermes gave a lyre, Athena the renowned necklace and a robe and a flute, and Electra the sacred rites of the great mother of the gods, as she is called, together with cymbals and kettle drums and instruments of her ritual. I love that imagery. You can just see it in your head.
At Eric Shaver 937 dropped $2 super chat. Is it true Christians are vampires?
Yes, they drink blood and eat flesh, so why aren't they vampires, right? Thank you for that. So, back to what we're saying. All right, I love this imagery right here. Together with cymbals and kettle drums and instruments at her ritual, Apollo played upon the lyre, and the muses upon their flutes, and the rest of the gods spoke them fair and gave them the pair that their aid in the celebration of the wedding. After this, Cadmus, they say, in accordance with the oracle he received, founded Thebes in Boeotia, while Iasion and Cybele.
At Geostorm _93 dropped $20 super
Oh, shit.
chat. If money was not issue, what Greek mythology tattoo would you get and where and we? I'm going to get a Greek pillar down my shin with 2 horses floating since I'm a Teamster. I'm mixing the Teamster's symbol with Greek mythology.
Oh, wow. What would I get? I would like to do something like Apollo with, riding in the chariot with the 4 horses, holding a lyre in his hand. I actually seen that before. I think I can go to, there's this one website that I love, by the way. This website right here. Let me show you guys my secret. I'm giving you guys a secret right now. I'm giving you guys a secret right now. You guys are gonna love this, dude. If you're a content creator, especially, this is the secret. Meister Druki. And you can just type in like Apollo. Watch this. Boom. All these neoclassical paintings. Now you guys know my secret. Now you guys know where Gnostic Conformity gets all his fucking good shit from. This is the dope man right here. So you can do look at that. Apollo pursuing Daphne. And it's all HD, dude. All of it. I probably shouldn't be giving this away right now. Bacchus and Ariadne. Let's do Apollo Chariot. There it is. That's the tattoo right there. Or I would do one where he has a lyre in his hand too. Where he's, how he holds the lyre while he's flying in the air with the 4 horses. So there you go. Okay. Let me just finish off what I was saying real quick on my point. Let me see this one right here. Thank you for that. Thank you for the $20, man. I appreciate that. I hope I answered your question. That because he gave us 20, I was able to give you guys the secrets, the secret location for the dope man, for the secret paintings. So, all right. Anyways, this is where Yasion married Cybele, and he begot Corybas. And after Yasion had been removed into the circle of the gods, Dardanus and Cybele and Corybas conveyed to Asia the sacred rites of the mother of the gods and removed them to Phrygia. So what is he saying? He's saying that the famous Phrygian mysteries of the mother of the gods doesn't even come from Phrygia. It comes from Samothrace. The Samothracians invented this, and they are the ones who gave the mysteries to the Phrygians later on. Then he says, thereupon Cybele, joining herself to the first Olympus, begat Elke, and called the goddess Cybele after herself. So now there's two Cybeles. And Corybas gave the name of the Corybantes to all who, celebrating in the rites of his mother, acted like men possessed, married Phoebe, the daughter Cilix. For in like manner he transformed the flute from Samothrace to Phrygia, and Learnesis, the lyre.
Fish 8219 dropped $10 super chat. Thank you for the secret gnosis.
Thank you, Angel Fish, for the time. I appreciate you. This is fascinating, isn't it? Hermes gave in which the later time Achilles took for himself when he sacked the city. To Yasion and Demeter, so now Demeter is the great mother. See this? It changes up to Demeter. Yasion and Demeter, according to the story the myths relate, was born Plutos or wealth. That's the same word, actually. But Pluto means wealth in Greek. But the reference is, as a matter of fact, to the wealth of the corn, which was presented to Yasion because of Demeter's association with him at the time of the wedding of Harmonia. So what can we deduce from this kind of? Well, actually, I think there's more. Let me just read the next one. Now, the details of the initiatory rite are regarded among the matters not to be divulged and are communicated to initiates alone. So it's secret. When you get initiated here, you don't talk about it. So Diodorus is saying, I don't know everything because I wasn't initiated. So that's only the initiates know. But the fame has traveled wide of how these gods appear to mankind and bring unexpected aid to those initiates of theirs who call upon them in the midst of perils. The claim is also made that men who have taken part in the mysteries become both more pious, this is from my notes, this is where I got it from, and are more just and better in every respect than they are before. And this is the reason, we are told, why the most famous both of the ancient heroes and of the demigods were eagerly desirous to take part in the initiatory rite. And in fact, Jason and the Dioscuri and Hercules and Orpheus as well, after their initiation, attained success in all the campaigns they undertook. So, okay, that's Samothrace. That's what you just said. Mysteries of Samothrace. What can we deduce from that? Well, it seems to be a marriage religion, a religion centered around marriage, family, that type of thing. It's a beautiful thing if you think about it. Because if think about how wild this is. The founding myth of the mysteries is a marriage between Yasion and either Demeter or Cybele, depending on the version. It's Yasion and the Great Mother. By the way, the Yasion, the name means healer. Yasion, like healer guy. He's a healer. It's like Jesus, kind of. It's weird. They both die too. It's very odd. I don't know if there's a connection there. There might be. But it's the marriage between Yasion and the Great Mother, and they get married at the festival. And that's the initiation. It's called a Hieros Gamos. Let me show you guys this. Hieros Gamos. Greek for sacred marriage. Ancient spiritual concept referring to symbolic or literal union of a god and a goddess. Hieros Gamos. Hieros Gamos. Holy sacred games. sacred games too. And they even had sacred games for Apollo in the Roman times. And they would be a big festival and big. They literally. This is where the word game, where we get the word game from. The English word game comes from gamos, which means marriage. But the reason why we call it game now is because at these marriages or at these games, they would play games. They would literally play games. They would perform things. So that's why we have the word game from these sacred marriages. But the thing I want to show you is that they would actually marry people at these things. They would literally get married there. And what was I going to say? Yeah, Philip and Olympias. Not only did they get married here, or they met here, I should say, but their bond created a dynasty that changed the whole world. Like Alexander the Great literally flipped the world on its head and started a whole new paradigm. Like Julius Caesar and Constantine, those are all just new Alexanders. They're all just doing what Alexander was doing. He set the tone for the next 1,000 years. It's actually kind of a crazy thing that this, all because of this mystery religion. So I just think something that just fascinates me about this. But yeah, you had this in Sumer too. You had these sacred games, sacred marriages between Inanna and Dumuzi. So this is very, very old, very, very ancient. This is how ancient religions were done. Ancient fertility religions. That's what it's about. It's about bringing men and women together to procreate and create new life. That's the point. So I hope I answered that question. It was only a $2 super chat, but it was a great question that really intrigued me. So I had to get on. There was someone here, but they left. I was just gonna bring them back on. So I don't know if you're still listening. There was someone that joined for a second, but I don't know where you went. Did you leave a comment? Whoever that was, you can come back in. Anyways, wasn't there someone who's asked? Somebody said, "Can you play something?" Oh yeah, greatest speech by Alexander. Let's do it. Greatest speech by Alexander. You're talking about the one at the mutiny, the mutiny speech. I think I know what you're talking about.
Offers access to a range of simple-to-use products.
I got Arian right here, by the way. I don't know if you guys can see it. Campaigns of Alexander by Arian. Here. This is a must-have, by the way. This is one of the classics. This is one of the classics right here. Just so you guys know. Actually, while this is playing, I'm going to flip to you my favorite of all time. One of my favorite passages of all time from all of classical literature is in this book right here. And I'm going to pull it up in a second.
What I'm about to say isn't meant to stop you returning home. As far as I care, you can go wherever you wish. But I want you to know how you have behaved towards me, and how I have treated you. I'll begin, as is right, with my father, Philip. When he found you, you were mere peasants, wearing hides, tending a few sheep on the mountain slopes, and you could barely defend them from your neighbors. Under him, you began living in cities, with good laws and customs, and he turned you from slaves into rulers over those very barbarians who used to plunder your land. He conquered most of Thrace, taking the best harbors so there was trade and prosperity, and put the mines to steady work. The Thessalians, they used to terrify you. Well, we rule them now.
Damn.
The Athenians and Thebans, always looking for a chance to attack Macedonia, were so humbled, myself playing my small part in the war, that they no longer take tribute from Macedonia, but instead depend upon us for their protection. My father went to the Peloponnese and put their house in order. Then he was declared supreme commander of all the Greeks for the campaign against the Persians. An honor not just for himself, but for all Macedonians. This is what my father Philip did for you. Great enough on its own, but small compared to what you've gained from me. I crossed the Hellespont, even though back then the Persians still commanded the sea. I defeated the satraps of the great King Darius, and made you rulers of Ionia, Aeolis, Phrygia, and Lydia, and took Miletus by siege. The rest of the land surrendered willingly, and their wealth became yours.
By the way, that was true too. That's not contested by anyone that they surrendered willingly, because those cities that you see there were all Greek anyway. So they were already like kind of like, I'm not saying they didn't like the Persians or like didn't have benefits of being under the Persians. The Persians were like fine. They weren't like treating them like shit, but they were Greek. They were Greek speakers. So like, yeah, they were like, oh fuck yeah, Greek rulers, we're down. Come on, come through. Our taxes are this much. Let's make it a little less, maybe, please. You know?
All the riches of Egypt and Cyrene, which I won without a fight, are yours now. Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, Babylonia, all belong to you. The wealth of Lydia, the treasures of Persia, the jewels of India and the outer sea. You are now satraps. You are generals and captains. What have I held back for myself apart from this purple cloak and diadem? Nothing. No man can point to my riches, only the things I hold in trust for you all.
Why did Alexander punish Tyre so ruthlessly?
Because they gave him shit. They didn't give him up. They didn't give it up so easy. While everyone else gave up easy, the Tyrians fought back and they tried to resist. Same with Thebes. The Thebans got even worse. The Thebes were destroyed, never came back. Tyre came back at least. So when Thebes was like the military city of the Greeks. Like they were like the major military. They were like Houston. You know what I mean? They were like, that's the major area, the major hub of the military. And the Thebans resisted Alexander all the way until he destroyed the shit. He just completely destroyed the entire city. It was gone, and they never came back. Thebes never came back ever again. But yeah, Tyre did the same thing. Tyre used to be an island. So here, let me just. So I guess this is good to take a little break from that speech because I don't want it to get like flagged if I played too much. I probably already did play too much of it. But yeah, it took place between the forces of command of Alexander. Me outside. Alexander's arrival. The Spartans sent troops to Isthmus of Corinth, but they shrank from confronting Alexander. So that's another thing. So this speech is interesting because Alexander's saying that he united all the Hellenes under him. It's not necessarily true though. When Alexander, he did unite the Hellenes, the Spartans were like this. We're not coming along. We're staying here. And they did. There wasn't a Spartan. They didn't have a Spartan fleet in Alexander's army. The Spartans stayed in their land. and they didn't like Alexander. They hated Alexander. So they stayed back. They tried to fight against him. The Tyrians used to be an island at this time. So if you look at Siege of Tyre, 332 right here. See how it's an island right here? Well, what happened was Alexander had his men construct a mole here, and it created a dam, and then this all became like land. So there's no more island. Even to this very day, it looks like this now. So think about this. This was where the island was. There was water right here. And because of Alexander the Great's will, this is why these people thought he was a god. They thought he can take an island and move it away and destroy. The island's gone now, and now it's part of the land. Like, imagine being a person back then, being like, "My fucking mind is blown. What is going on?" They thought he was a god. He literally changed. Look at this is the island. This is what it looks like today. Crazy, right? But what happened was, to answer your question, they resisted his ass. They didn't like him. The Tyre had the largest and most important city-state of Phoenicia, was located both on the Mediterranean coast as well as a nearby island with natural harbors on the landward side. So this is a major, important military action. And the result, well, according to Wikipedia, according to Arian's Anabasis, the text I'm about to read you right now, according to Arian, there was 6,000 to 7,000 losses on the Phoenician side, and only 400 killed on the Alexander side. I don't know if that's exactly accurate. I don't have a reason to doubt it, though. It says right here, Alexander knew of a temple of Melkart, which is the Phoenician Heracles, within the new city walls, and informed the inhabitants that that they would be spared if he were allowed to make a sacrifice in the temple. Yeah. Okay, so my favorite passage in all of Arian, and by the way, this is the same book that you just heard this quote from. This famous speech from Alexander the Great, the one we're just listening to right now, same book. I love Arian. Gotta have this. This is a classic. If you don't have this in your library, and get this exact edition too. Get this Robert Strassler edition. It's filled with maps and stuff. It's got maps and pictures. It's great. Tons of citations, tons of commentary. Great. This is the best book you're going to get on Arian. Don't get any other edition unless you're going to get Loeb, because Loeb has the Greek. So either if you want to get the Greek and the English, get Loeb. But if you're only going to read the English, get this one. But here, listen to this fucking story, dude. This is such a good story. Alexander, let me give you the context. Alexander, I got to leave in like 10 minutes, so this is my last thing. Alexander, this is in book 5. This is in Nyssa. So he already defeated Darius. He's already the master of the world. But he's still traveling east. He still has to go farther. He still has to confront India. He still has to go into Afghanistan and you know all the stuff that he does later. But on the way there, this is what happens. It says, a sudden desire seized Alexander to visit the place where certain memorials of Dionysus, as the Niceans boasted about, were seen. He went to Mount Meros with his companions and the infantry, Agama, and saw the mountain abounded in ivy and laurel, and the groves of all kinds. It was thickly shaded and had all manner of wild beasts to hunt. The Macedonians, glad to see the ivy, which they had not seen for a long time since being in Greece, as there has none other elsewhere in India, And even where they were, even there were vines, eagerly fashioned. I'm sorry, let me back up a second. And not even where there were vines, they eagerly fashioned wreaths from it. So this is ivy right here. Isn't that so crazy? I'm reading about ivy. I have it right here. So this is an ivy wreath. This is what they were doing. They saw this growing on the mountain. They're almost all the way to India at this point. They're like near Afghanistan. And they see this ivy growing on the side of the mountains. And it's a mountain, luscious mountain full of vines and laurel and mountain and animals and all types of stuff. And they see this ivy and they go, let's make wreaths out of it. So they make wreaths out of it and they put them on their heads. And it says, eagerly fashioned wreaths from it, donned them at once. Eagerly fashioned wreaths that donned it at once, and sang Dionysus' praises, calling on the god by his various names, which would be Bacchus, Sabazius, Iacchus, whatever. There's a bunch of names. Alexander sacrificed there to Dionysus and feasted with his companions. Some have also reported, if anyone can find this credible, that's a true historian. I love that shit, dude. By the way, these people were true historians back then. Thucydides and Arrian, they were great historians. Some have also reported, if anyone can find this credible, that many of the prominent Macedonians in Alexander's inner circle, having crowned themselves with ivy and invoked the god, were possessed by Dionysus, honored the god with cries, Elwa, Elwa, and flew into a Bacchic frenzy. One is free to believe or disbelieve those tales. However, one wishes to take them. For my part, I do not wholly agree with Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who says that everything the Macedonians attributed to the gods was an exaggeration designed to win Alexander's favor. Anyways, I love that passage because it doesn't matter if it's true or not. The point is, that was the culture. You see the ivy on the tree, it's a sign from the gods. Or the laurel. Notice it says laurel too. That's Apollo's. Apollo is the laurel wreath. Dionysus is the ivy wreath. So they decided to make crowns or wreaths of ivy, don them on their heads, and they had a Bacchic frenzy out of it. You see what I'm saying? This is just a cool story. Anyways, we'll finish off this little speech right here and call it a night.
And what would I do with them anyway? I eat what you eat. I get no more rest than you. Many times I have spent the night on watch so that you could sleep soundly. Who among you believes he's worked harder for me than I have for him? Come on. If you've got scars, strip and show them to me. I'll show you mine. There isn't one part of my body, the front at least, that doesn't bear a wound. My body's covered in scars from every weapon you can think of. Swords, arrows, stones, clubs. All for the sake of your lives, your glory, and your wealth. And yet here I still am, leading you, as conqueror of land and sea, rivers, mountains, and the plains. We've celebrated our weddings together. Many of your children will be cousins of my own. I've paid off your debts without asking how you got them, even though you're paid well enough and pillage every city we take. Many of you wear golden crowns, badges of courage and honor given you by me. Any one of us who was killed, who met a glorious end, we buried with full honors. Many now stand immortalized by bronze statues in Macedonia. Their families are honored and pay no taxes. Under my command, not one man has been killed fleeing the enemy. And now I wanted to send back some of you who've been wounded or crippled, or have grown old, to be welcomed back home as heroes. But since you all wish to go, then all of you, go! Go home and tell them that your king Alexander, conqueror of the Persians, Medes, Bactrians, and Scythians, who now rules over the Parthians, Chorasmians, and Hyrcanians as far as the Caspian Sea, who's marched over the mountains of the Hindu Kush, crossed the Oxus and Tanais rivers, even the Indus, first to cross it since Dionysus himself. I would have crossed the Hyphasis too if you hadn't cowered in fear. Who sailed into the great sea.
That's another Diodorus story, but the stories of Dionysus and that's also in the Dionysiaca. You know the Dionysiaca? I have it over here somewhere. That's the tales of Dionysus traveling to India. And basically Alexander's just trying to copy him. That's why they're donning the ivy and going out in Bacchic frenzy.
From the mouth of the Indus, who crossed the desert of Gadrosia, where no one had ever led an army. Who took Carmenia, while my fleet sailed the Persian Gulf. When you get home, you tell them that when you made it back to Susa, you abandoned him and went home, leaving him under the protection of the foreigners you'd conquered. Perhaps this report of yours will seem glorious in the eyes of men, and worthy in the eyes of the gods. Be gone!
That's crazy.
Thank you.
Crazy story. Great video. What's up, man? Who is this?
Yeah, man. Crazy stories. That's really pretty much what you're known for, though.
Yeah, hell yeah. What's going on, man?
Yeah, hell yeah. You love that, huh? You love that you're the crazy guy, the mentally ill, R-worded person, huh?
Is that
why? Conspiracy theorist.
Me?
I mean, what else? That's what I'm talking about.
Am I
you have the dumbest. I'm not saying that I'm saying that. I'm saying that you've been alleged to have some of the dumbest conspiracy theories and ideas.
Like what?
In the history of humanity. Like
in the
how
humanity?
I'm honestly looking around your videos. Is Judaism old?
Was that
divine golden ratio found in Hebrew Genesis?
What you got any rebuttals?
I mean, come here, rebut with me. Let's rebut. Are you ready?
You just brought
Are you ready? Are you here for this? I mean, I didn't know you were ready. I thought you were going to run away. I thought you were going to kick me out.
You haven't even... What, I just let you on. I don't even know where you are. I thought I was going to kick you out. Are you okay? Are you all right? Are you high or something?
Why is your voice high-pitched?
That's how I talk. Are you something wrong with your headphones or something?
Oh, maybe you're getting scared. What just happened?
You just came out here and said I had the biggest conspiracy theorist in world history. You named a few of my video titles. Do you care for maybe giving me one thing that I'm wrong about so I can rebut it, or you can rebut it?
Yeah, let's actually talk about this. I'm trying to figure out how to get my camera back on.
Yeah, that'd be great. So we can, I can clip this later.
Let me see.
Take your time, buddy.
I don't know where the hell my camera
No rush. No rush, man. No rush. No, I'm not kicking you out. I'm not scared.
Anyways, so you are agnostic informant. You are the Christian aka Jew, aka what are you? Like, can you tell us a little bit about you? I honestly been looking throughout all your videos.
You just came out here and said I'm the biggest.
Because I was watching your dumb theories, Plato's gnosis changes in the world.
Why don't you tell me what's wrong about it?
What is this guy even talking about? Why is my I'm so mad right now.
Why don't you tell me what's wrong about it?
I'm so mad. Let me go and come back. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, go ahead. I want to hear what you got, man. This is great. Finally, a challenger. I love it. Bring it. I'm getting adrenaline rush from this shit. Hell yeah. So far I heard I'm the greatest conspiracy theorist of all time. That's a first, because the other day I'm told that I'm a lapdog for the consensus. Which one is it? Am I a lapdog for the consensus? I'm a mainstream lapdog like Professor Dave and Flint Dibble. That's what everyone keeps saying to me for the last 2 weeks. Then someone comes out here and says, I'm the biggest conspiracy theorist in world history. Here he is. Let's go.
Bro, my camera's completely gone.
All right. You don't need a camera then, I guess.
For the bro, I was mugging the shit out of you, bro. You were getting mugged like crazy, bro. You were getting mugged like crazy. Can I ask you, by the way, where'd you get that look from? Like your father?
I mean, that's kind of how you get your looks from your parents, isn't that?
Get your looks from your parents?
Are you adopted?
Is that how you get your religion too?
That's how a lot of people get their religion.
Yeah, and you know that's kind of a illogical way to gain things, and because they are actually not necessarily beneficial for you. You're just doing it because of tradition, basically, is what you're saying. So I'm saying maybe you should look at yourself again and change your look a little bit, because you look weird.
That's all you came here to talk about? Was my
no
look?
man, no man. I came here to ask you to stop BSing the people, telling them that every historical figure spoke about Jesus, telling them how important Plato was for Judaism.
When did I say that every historical person talked about Jesus?
I mean, you have multiple videos, man. I mean, I literally just went through all of this stuff. But, you've never said that? You've never said that now? You've never said that? You actually concede?
I've never
said that.
So you said
that. So not. So Caesar didn't speak about Jesus?
Who?
Caesar?
Julius Caesar was before Jesus.
Yeah. You said that. You literally said that in one of your videos, bro.
I didn't say. Are you high? I never.
Bro, you literally said those words. That's what I'm asking you. Are you serious?
Can you show me?
Are you a person that is a sincere person? Can I ask you that? That's why I'm coming here to challenge you.
What video did I say that?
Okay, I'm gonna get you the video right
now. Hold it
up
up right now. I mean, Julius Caesar mentioned Jesus. And if you're wrong about this, you're a dumbass. Are you gonna concede that? Can we have a deal? One of us has to concede. Either you're wrong and you're a dumbass, or
no. What? Okay, well then you have to actually answer a couple of things for me.
You just made
a couple of things for me, because my problem with you is not just that one singular video.
Then what else?
It's multiple things. Your whole video is basically a bunch of random theories.
Stop it.
That you come up with.
You just said that I said that Julius Caesar mentioned Jesus. You just said that.
Yes.
So where did I say that?
Yes,
Can you show me where I
the
said
video
that?
right now?
Because can we make a deal? If I've said that, then I will concede that I was wrong. If I didn't say that, you're a dumbass, and you're gonna admit you're a dumbass.
It was in the video. Do we know for sure Jesus existed?
I never said that. Let's play the video. Did not know for sure Jesus existed. I know that video very well. I made the video, obviously. I didn't say Julius Caesar mentioned Jesus. Are you fucking retarded? You really think I said that? Hold on, bro. Are you going to admit that you're stupid if that didn't come out of my mouth? Are you going to admit it? Are you there? Hello? Are you dumb? Are you quitting already? Are you dumb? Are you alive? This guy's already quitting? Here, I'll pull up the video. By the way,
okay. You said there's more evidence that Jesus existed than Alexander and Julius Caesar. Prove that. Prove it.
I said
That's
there's more
word for word. Said that.
Hold on a second. I said there's more evidence for Jesus than Alexander.
For Jesus' existence than Alexander and Caesar. 630, guys. Go to 625 and go and let's see how he can prove this actual claim.
Okay. If I said the exact opposite, are you going to say I'm a retard and get booed off the stage? Is that what's going to happen?
No, because you need to answer actually my religious questions. I need to know who you are. No, I'm not leaving.
If you just said,
I don't care about this. This is my proof that you are a weirdo, a liar.
What part?
I have multiple other contentions with you. It's not one.
What part?
630. Go to 620. Go to start from 620.
All right. Watch how stupid you're about to feel, you dumbass.
Okay, we'll see. One of us is going to feel stupid.
Best sources for
Alexander.
Alexander.
Oh, yeah, you're going, 620? Here, it's already close enough.
This is nonsense.
Unmute.
And with the way they get to this conclusion is by putting together all the evidence total. Like we're talking medieval sources that mention Jesus, 13th century, 17th century, everything that mentions Jesus in one basket. And then weigh that and put that next to Alexander and Caesar. Of course, Jesus is going to have more evidence because he's the god of Western civilization post 5th century.
What did I just say there, dumbass?
You said if you put all of the evidences that are available to us, there's more evidence that Jesus existed than Julius Caesar. Of course, 100%. That's literally word for word what you just said.
If you're counting, my point was, if you're counting quantity over quality.
Yeah, but we're talking about of that era, and that is a false claim that you cannot substantiate it.
Hey, idiot! That's the point that I'm making, you retard. I'm making that point that you just said. That's my point.
Well, then why did you just agree with it? You just said, of course. You literally disagree with it.
Point of my video,
you
dumbass.
agreed that their strategy is a strategy of trying to do deception, and it actually is effective because it is true that if you do get all these evidences, I don't know, and that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, where the fuck did you get this claim from?
Because
multiple dumb claims.
I'm debunking the claim that there's more evidence for Jesus than Caesar. I'm debunking it, you retard. You feel stupid? Duh.
While you're agreeing with it. You're debunking it while you're agreeing with it.
Dude, the video is me debunking it, you fucking dumbass.
All right, debunk this. How's the pork taste? How does the pork taste?
Pork tastes great.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How do you justify that Leviticus denies you from eating pork and then you go ahead and eat that?
Jew, you retard.
Then why the fuck are you eating pork?
Because I'm not a Jew, you retard.
What are you?
Not a Jew.
What are you then? You're a Christian.
A fucking Gentile, whatever the fuck.
You're a Christian.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
What are you then?
I'm none of those things.
That's what I'm here to expose. I'm here to expose who you really are.
I have to have a faith, like an Abrahamic faith. Is that what you think?
I can't believe how scared. I can't believe my camera's not working. I can't believe how scared you are to just.
He just kicked himself off. I did not even kick him off. He just jumped off.
Worships Muhammad.
He just jumped off, dude. That was the craziest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. He come out here, said I'm scared of him. Then he thought to try to debunk me saying that there's more evidence for Jesus than Caesar, which was the point of my video. You guys watch this. Oh, here he's back. He's back. Here you go. You feel stupid yet? You feel stupid yet?
Feel stupid, guys? What do you guys think? Do I look like I feel stupid, guys? What do you think?
You look really stupid.
All right, man.
You look like you're like fucking retarded stupid.
So you are what again? You're an atheist?
Not an atheist.
Then what are you?
What kind of question? What are you?
I'm asking you. What is your religion? What is it? Where do you get
that's the stupidest question ever. If you're asking what my religion
is, the dumbest question in the world.
I don't have an Abrahamic faith. I follow my
brother. My brother, did I ask you what is your Abrahamic faith? Is that the wording that I used?
What was the religion of Julius Caesar?
What did I ask you? What was the wording that I used? What did I ask you? Why are you talking about Abrahamic faith? Why are you strawmanning what I asked you?
What are you? You asked, what am I?
I asked you, what are you? So why are you talking about the Abrahamic faiths and acting like I made a claim about them?
Because I'm not a Jew
or
a Christian.
So what are you?
You don't know what I am, then you don't know.
How do you gain your moral compass? That's literally what I'm here for. I have this guy whose whole channel is about comparative religion, spewing on nonsense that he has no proof of.
You don't watch.
And he's gonna come and he can't even. He's so scared he can't even tell me what he believes in.
I follow my ancestral
customs. I'm supposed to trust this guy.
I follow my ancestral customs.
Yeah, we just want to know. We are a group of people, and we want to know where do you gain your moral compass from?
I just told you.
Where?
The maxims of Delphi.
What does that mean? So you are what? You're a Delphian?
You could say I'm a pagan.
You're a pagan?
You could say that. That's not what I call myself, but that's what you would call it.
You're a pagan?
Yeah.
You like worship nature? What do you like? Is that what you mean?
No.
So
you don't even know what you
like,
even know what it
where
is.
are you gaining your?
You're
Who
not-
gives?
you're not
Who
ready.
is the?
You're not-
What is the
you're
entity?
not- listen, you're not
Is
at my level.
Delphian? No, you listen to me
You're
and
not
answer
at
my
my
question.
level.
Answer
You're
this
not
question.
at my level. You're not at my level.
Answer my
You-
question. Okay,
you
then
don't
answer
know
my
what's
question.
going
Teach
on.
me.
You're
Teach
not
me.
at my
Teach
level.
me. Let me get there. Teach me.
Go ahead. Ask a question. I
Is
got other people waiting for
Delphian
you.
the guy?
You got one more question.
Man, my camera. See how my camera turns off while my hands are up in the air?
You got one more question. There's people waiting after you.
Okay, is Delphian the guy that is telling you what your moral compass is? Like, what do you
Is
mean
Delphi
you
a
worship
guy?
Delphian theory?
Is Delphi a guy? Delphi's a place.
Okay,
You don't even know-
what is
hold on,
the
you don't even-
entity
you don't
that is
even know
telling
what
you
Delphi-
what is your moral
Hold on.
compass?
You don't even know what Delphi. You never even
You're
heard of
literally
Delphi.
so. I've never seen. You're coming here trying to humiliate me. Look how humiliated you look. You can't even tell us what your religion is.
You don't even know what Delphi is, dude. You thought I tried to.
I want to learn, and you're kicking me out. Like I want to learn about your religion, and you're kicking me out. Like this is crazy.
Hold on. Shut up, retard. Go back and watch my content. Here, I'll give you somewhere to start.
Why are you calling me names?
Here's the Delphic maxims, right? It starts off with know thyself. That's the Delphic. This is what it says here. There's a whole bunch of maxims here.
So is Delphi the guy that gave you these maxims?
Obey the laws.
So you're obeying the Delphi's moral compass?
I'm gonna mute you. Shut up. Hold on. I'm trying to show you something here. Respect your parents. Be overcome by justice. Know what you have learned. Perceive what you have heard. Be yourself. Intend to get married. See, you think I had no morality, didn't you? But you were wrong. So I'm telling you this. Go back and watch my content. Learn some shit, and then come back when you're ready.
Well, excuse me. I'm gonna ask you every one of those. I'm gonna condemn against every one of those.
You don't even know what's going on. You have no clue. You just embarrassed yourself.
Why are you muting me and trying to kick me?
Mogged. So, bye-bye.
Oh, I have another question for you, Gnostic. Oh my!
What's going on, dude? You were the one that was here earlier, then you left, right?
Yeah, I didn't know you were taking live people.
Did you see how embarrassing that last guy was? He thought he thought that I said that there was more evidence for Jesus than Caesar when I said the exact opposite.
He obviously has never watched your video. He never saw.
Yeah.
When he went silent, he was scrolling through and trying to find the part. He never seen.
He's trying to find something. Yeah, he's not ready for this yet. He's not ready to step up to one of the greats like me. When you can go back and watch some of my videos, Manar, he's still down there trying to get up here. Hey, Manar, when you watch some more of my videos, you can come back when you're ready. But you just got mocked.
This guy. The only thing I was trying to figure out is he Persian Jew or Persian Muslim. I couldn't figure it out. But either way, Borobe Janaham. Okay, so go fuck yourself. That's Farsi for you. And you should watch the whole video from A to Z, and then come in and actually, take a couple notes.
Yeah,
and
not shit. He didn't know what was in the video. He didn't know I said the
watch
opposite.
the whole video, and then
he tried to get me on pork. You're not allowed to eat pork. Leviticus says you should eat pork. I'm not a Jew or a Christian.
Well, he almost got you. You almost came out and confessed being a Jew in public.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that was just wild, man. He's just coming on here, and then he's doing this Sam Shamoon shit. So I'm like, is it possible?
That's embarrassing. That's how you know he was very, very he was feeling little. That's how you can tell he's feeling little. Anyway,
yeah, but only one guy does that. Sam Shamoon is the only guy who does that crap. So maybe he's an Orthodox. He's Persian at 10 million%. I can tell you that right now.
I think he was a Muslim, right? Sound like
I don't know because
why would you come after someone for eating pork if you weren't a Muslim? That had to be Muslim.
As far as I'm concerned, the only person who told any of these Abrahamic faiths that they can eat pork is Paul, and he's an Erev Rav anyway, so that doesn't even count. So I don't even know what, you know what I mean? If you're following these Abrahamic faiths, I don't think because if Jesus is your Messiah or your God, he wasn't eating pork either.
You know what's also funny about these people who say, "Where did your morality come from?" I'm sorry, but your religion, Islam, whether it's Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, your morality comes from either the Zoroastrian or the Platonist, Pythagorean, Delphic. I'm just going to the real source. You guys are going through middlemans.
Yeah,
all the modern religions are all middlemen.
Yeah,
for the real stuff.
Monotheistic from Zoroastrianism, without question, and then it's filled in on the left and the right side through Neo-Platonism.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of which way.
You and I are type of guys who we go straight to the source. We don't go through the middlemen. We go straight to the source.
Yeah, remember when we were on that debate panel?
Yeah,
with Sarah, that was hilarious. I mean,
that was a good time. I remember that.
That was a fun time. I came on here because I wanted to say, first of all, you're the man. Obviously, don't take any more of those stupid calls unless
No. You
understand.
I welcome those. I want 10 of those every night.
I mean, you want me to?
I literally get like a drive
Adrenaline.
from what do you call it?
Adrenaline
High
rush.
off. I love it, dude. I love debates. I'm trying to debate. I'm trying to get to the top, man. I'm trying to debate Jay Dyer.
Well, no, hold on. I got you. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
S. Mill, thank you for that. He said you probably saw a short clip on a religion channel. That's what it looks like. Somebody told him something.
Bro, that
he
guy
didn't know what
didn't
was going
see
on.
shit. He just woke up in Iran, and he opened his thing, and he
just woke up in Iran.
It's morning
Well,
there.
if he's in Iran, then I feel bad for him. Then.
Well, he's probably not in Iran, but if he is in Iran, we wish you the best of luck and keep fighting keep fighting for your own independence. We welcome the Persian independence, a great nation that culture should not ever fall.
If you have any favorite book that's a German to English translation.
German. Oh, that's interesting. This right here. German to English translation. It's maybe not my favorite book, but this is Adolf Ehrman's Life in Egypt. It's an old Egyptology book. I probably wouldn't recommend that. But German to English, Friedrich Nietzsche. Obviously, pull up some Friedrich Nietzsche. Read some Friedrich Nietzsche. The reason why I like Friedrich Nietzsche is he just challenges you. You think that you have it all figured out. You think it's all about reason and logic and all this stuff. Read fucking Nietzsche and he'll shatter that thought in your head. And he'll make you go, holy shit, I'm fake as fuck. Holy shit, I'm fake as fuck. That's Friedrich Nietzsche. That's what he does.
Can I give them one or a series? The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz and all the Rosicrucian stuff most of that was written originally in German. And
that's right. Yep.
And a lot of the German occultist stuff was actually pretty profound and well kept and intellectually advanced significantly, which is why you'll see later in the 18 and 1900s, a lot of the great philosophers were of German descent. Is because they were raised on the occult in Germany.
Yeah, no, that's if you definitely want to get into occult stuff, the German, the French, the English, of the late 19th, early 20th. Yeah, that's a big one.
Hey, Gnostic. So I have a thought, and I wanted to share it with you, and I wanted your input on something. So I think that instead of having these wide range debates, or like making like one long video, let's say like a 10-hour video compilation, like you kind of already figured it out, do like 45-minute, 1 hour, hour and a half on big topics, right? But imagine we should start dissecting the most important parts that rip apart the whole thing. For example, I have a debate with this guy, Fearless Truth, coming up next month, and we're debating Trinity. Now, he's a Trinity. He debates every day the Trinity. He debated, he's God Logic's teacher, right? He thinks he's going to hear the same old fucking argument. The problem he's facing is I don't have any commitment to any of these Abrahamic faiths. I understand all of them and the ancient mysteries. So they never want. So my idea of breaking apart the Trinity, and by the way, not to attack Christianity, I'm attacking the Trinity because it's not Christian. Jesus never talked about it. But the point is that if you take away one aspect of the Trinity, it's no longer the Trinity. The whole thing is debunked. And the one thing I'm taking away is the Holy Spirit. It doesn't qualify as a person, even under their new definition of personhood. It doesn't even make sense. Because the Holy Spirit comes from the Hebrew word ruach.
Yeah.
So where the hell was the ruach, an individual conscious being?
In Solomon, in the Wisdom of Solomon, that particular text, there is this idea that the spirit is this female Sophia figure. You know what I'm talking about? The Wisdom of Solomon text?
From the lesser books of Solomon?
No, it's actually it's in the Catholic and Orthodox Bibles. It's canon. It's not in the Protestant Bibles. They took it out.
Yeah, I know. But here's the thing, though, because the Christian stuff goes to the Hebrew, right? And so the Hebrew
there's a Hebrew version of this.
Yeah, but the word. So what you're talking about goes to the concept. That's the nefesh. That's not ruach.
Yeah, no, but the idea is that the spirit, the ruach, is Sophia, is wisdom. They link those two together.
Yeah, and Jews later they switched and they made the Shekhinah.
At Kensington,
Yes,
the
yeah,
Kabbalistic
that's right.
side.
Canadian
Yeah, but
dollars.
that's not God. That's my point.
Alexander the
No,
Newton
you're right.
river is all made up. That's why his so-called coins only have the faces of gods.
Alexander's made up. There's a mythicist for everything now. That's funny. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate
Alexander
that.
the Great's made up.
Yeah, that's what he said. It's funny, man. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I think the theories are funny, man.
At Eric Shaver 937 dropped $2 super chat. Why does Paris Hilton always tweet 11:11?
I didn't know she did tweet
I can
11:11.
tell you because she's so spiritual.
Does she really do that though? Is that really a thing?
Probably every girl that finds the spirituality line starts off. Yeah, you start off like Native American, then you go like angelic, then you go goddess, then you go Lumerian and Nocturian. It's just
This one right here, and then I got next person on coming on next. But this is Wisdom of Solomon. She reached. Let's talk about she, right? She, the female. She reaches mightily from one end to the earth to the other. This is, by the way, this is to make sure everyone knows. This is not Gnostic. This is from Catholic and Orthodox Bibles. This is from the Orthodox Church. Thinks this is canon. I loved her from my youth. This is God talking, by the way. I desired to take her for my bride and became enamored of her beauty. She glorifies her normal birth by living with God, and the Lord of all loves her, for she is an initiate in the gnosis of Theos.
And the Androgenic dropped $2 super chat. The Holy Spirit is the divine feminine.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting at. That's not the real androgenic. That's no way. It's not that's just some imposter. For she is an initiate in the gnosis of Theos and an associate in his works. If riches are a desirable possession in life, what is richer than Sophia? This is the translation. But in the Greek it says, what is richer than Sophia? The active cause of all things, and if understanding is effective, who more than she is fashioner of what exists? It literally calls her the creator of what exists. And it says, if you keep going down, it says, I think it's the next chapter, in the chapter 9, where it actually it says, God of my ancestors. Look at this. And who have made all things by your logos. It literally uses the word logo. You guys can check the Greek for yourself if you guys don't believe me. And by your Sophia, you formed humankind. So there's a trinity here. There's a triad here. God, who made all things through his logos and by his Sophia, they formed humankind, the three of them together.
Yeah, so no, I agree. That's the actual truth. And just like in Zoroastrianism, there was the Asha, which is the divine feminine truth itself. The only truth is eternal life. And then there's the Ma'at in Al-Kemet. I'm saying that the personhood aspect of them personifying the Holy Spirit is going more towards the Nefesh than it is the Ruach, because the Ruach is the actual unmaterialized, unpersonified essence itself that does not ever go into personification. When it goes into a material, it becomes Nefesh. There's no such thing as a Ruach in your breath. When you take the essence in you, it's now Nefesh. Like soul and spirit. Anyway, I have a whole I don't want to get, because you said you have to go, but I'm going to dissect. So I'm doing that one with that's with that other guy. But and then I have you know who Vocab Malone is. He's like a big time Trinitarian that he goes in hard with Black Hebrew Israelites.
I've heard of him.
Vocab Malone. That's his whole. He's like a PhD at Trinitarian University or something. Like
I've heard of him. Yeah, he sounds familiar.
On the level. So we're arguing Paul. My claim is Paul is a fake apostle and a false prophet. I don't know how you.
He's what?
My claim is Paul is a fake apostle and a false prophet.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, I know, but you get it. Obviously, that's what I'm talking to you. I'm saying my point is that you bring the highest person in the thing and have them bring the subject, like take on the subject that they think is unable to be broken, because over 40% of their doctrine goes to that. And so they will be stuck because their whole theology is like, how could you question Paul? Questioning Paul's questioning Jesus because they're so programmed.
Mm.
And so,
Yeah.
so you should start dissecting a specific point of an argument, and it rips apart the whole thing, right?
You ever heard of Nina Livesey?
Who?
Nina Livesey, Dr. Nina Livesey. She's a scholar. She's a Pauline scholar. She's not just some random biblical scholar. She's an actual Pauline scholar. She studied Paul for 25 years. She says that the Pauline epistles are all fake forgeries from the 2nd century. So go and get her book, read it. And I'm telling you, I would like to get your thoughts on it next time you come back. You're muted, bro. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah. Here's the problem. If we go right to that, which, like, for example, if we go right to that perspective,
I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's just something out there. You should check it out.
No, I'm with you. But if we go right to that perspective, then they will stop listening immediately.
I agree. That's why I don't even bring it up very much.
Everything.
Sometimes it's better to grant that Paul's a real guy and you just do internal critique. That's the way to go. Yeah, I agree.
But that's the difference is that with you already know these texts as opposed to some of the other people who have amazing channels. They can't get into the debates because they don't actually have the structure to be able to do that. You debate. There's not many people who are going to be able to accomplish this mission. So you pick, for example, you attack Paul, you get the biggest Trinitarian, PhD in Trinitarian, a debater on, dissect Paul. It's very simple. If you're believing in Paul's divine revelation, then he's your prophet. Well, no, he's not a prophet. Well, then what are we talking about? So once we strip away and identify how everything Paul said goes against what Jesus confirmed, which were the laws in the Torah, which was the whole argument he had with these Pharisees.
Yeah.
And so there it goes. So I can't even believe the guy took the argument because it's only about Paul. So I'm granting.
Yeah. And Paul, and another thing is Paul contradicts Jesus so much, dude.
That's
so much.
But remember, when they read it,
it's funny when growing up as a Christian and then coming back to the church after I left prison and all that stuff, listening to different churches and different denominations and how they sync Paul to Jesus is always interesting.
That's my point. But they don't. So when they say Jesus said A, Jesus said B, they're most of the time, over half the time, they're using Paul's statements. So they don't even know that that's from Paul, who never even met Jesus. I would say 50% of the Christians in America don't even know that Paul never actually met Jesus.
Yeah.
We have a problem.
Yeah, it's big.
We can awaken that, and so that's my point. By the way, in my book, The Courtesan, which is free, but I have a poem about the Asha. You know the Asha?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll read it to you. Want to hear it?
Is it long?
No, it's short. No,
right.
It's a cobra venom. It's short and impactful. Oh, Asha, for the very truth is her essence that moves through life itself like a wind, raising your spirits up to the heavens with the slightest glimpse of her presence. She knows no falsehoods, for confusion itself only exists where she is not present, yet there is no space in which Asha is not a breath away. Clarity is her exhale, and her very touch brings peace as deceit is cast into exile. The essence of truth itself brought forth by the utterance of her very name. O Asha, the essence that is the one divine truth. There is no creation without the divine balance of the masculine and feminine. There's no such thing as God without understanding both of them. And once you understand God the Father, God the Mother, you can be at peace. You can have conversations with people.
Yeah.
I mean, you get it, But so anyway, I came here to say hi and to inspire you. Let's get some debates going, start dissecting some bullshit, and let's go.
Let's go, man. I'm glad you came on. I got coming on.
I'm exiting out, bro. Good to see you.
See you, man. Take it easy. Good to have him. Hey, what's up, DYI? Is that your name?
Dylan.
Dan, can you turn your volume down a little bit? It's like real. Actually, it's not. It sounds like it's like some background noise, but it's. Do you have a microphone?
Not right now.
Okay, it's really are you like does something over your microphone or something like a something over it?
Is this better?
No. don't think you're underwater. I think you're underwater, dude.
Well, give me a second. I'll give you the headset.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I want to meet you for a second. I appreciate that. But yeah, that was an interesting call, man. The one before Shaman, obviously. Shaman was obviously interesting too, but I'm just thinking about the guy coming in here. He thought that I said something when I said the opposite. And then he starts talking about why do we eat pork? Why that came up next, I have no idea. I don't know. I'm just blown away about that. That was an interesting phone call. But yeah. So yeah, the people ask me what I am. I think it's a stupid question. What are you? What is that? What do you mean? What am I? That's not a question you would ask somebody before the modern world. That's the idea that it's funny. I brought that up earlier in this stream when I brought up. Oh, he's back. Let's see if you got it. Okay. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. So, and I brought up this earlier. I said the idea that you have to be something, you have to grow up in a faith, or I am a Christian, I'm an Episcopalian, I am a Catholic, I am Orthodox, I'm Muslim, I'm Sunni, I'm Shia. That is not how the ancients thought of things. Everyone there was like one understanding that there's a divine nature, there's gods, there's a creator, there's a hierarchy of divinity, and they all sort of operate within that. And within that, they have their own pantheons and their own mysteries and their own traditions. And that's the way I think things should be. Nobody should ever have to answer the question of, what am I? I'm Episcopalian. I don't like that. I think it's a silly way to do things. That's just my own opinion. Let's see.
Hey, is this better?
No, it's wait, talk again?
Is this better?
That's a little bit better, actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, maybe it's just my voice, man. Yeah, so I guess there's like a couple of things that I was going to bring up, but I guess the first thing is we've been talking about Nietzsche a lot. I saw you and Johnny talk about that. You just brought it up in the last guy. So, yeah, I guess when you and Johnny were talking about the Apollonian and the Dionysian, right? So we're specifically talking about like the birth of tragedy.
It's starting to cut out again. It's getting really. I can hardly hear you again. I don't know I don't know if it's the. I think you lost the microphone, maybe. Is it plugged in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you lost. I think it went back to your other thing. Yeah. So I can barely. I was trying to listen. I couldn't hear you. It sounded like you're underwater again. I can't hear you anymore. Oh, he dropped out. Okay, if he comes back on, I'll let him back on. But like I was saying, this is an interesting topic, though. So, like, the idea of what are you? Oh, I'm a Episcopalian. I'm a Mennonite or something. I don't see things that way. I think there's one truth, and everyone should be within that and have their own ideas, obviously. And there's different ethics and ideas and all that stuff. But like, tradition shouldn't be something that is under some sort of institution that's over in Italy somewhere or over in fucking Mecca. Tradition should be right where you are. Tradition should be my family, my city, my state, my country. It should move outwards. It shouldn't be like directly like from me to the Pope somewhere. I just don't believe that is the way I like to see it. I kind of agree with Julius Evola on this idea of how religion should be done. So that's just my thoughts. Here, he's back.
Hey, so is this working now?
There we go.
Okay. All right.
Let's go. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's going pretty good for me. Hopefully it's going good for you. I mean, I see you everywhere these days, so it's probably
What'd you
going
think of
pretty
that
good.
phone call? What'd you think of that phone call of that guy who was talking shit?
Oh yeah, I just got one question for you, dude.
Yeah.
You scared, bro?
Yes, I'm terrified.
Oh,
Terrified.
hey, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Yeah.
That was hilarious, man. That made my whole mind. I'm glad
He had to be drunk or something. Like, dude,
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
something was going on with that guy, but it was good.
But okay, so yeah, I guess like the first thing I was going to bring up is like you've been talking about Nietzsche a lot. So I saw you and Giorgiani talking about that, and then you mentioned it like real quick to the last guy. But when you were talking with Giorgiani, like you were talking about the Apollonian and the Dionysian, right? So I was just gonna like check, like you guys were talking about the birth of tragedy. Is that
Oh
correct?
yeah, that's one of the big ones, man. That's the birth of tragedy is the definitive book about the Apollonian and Dionysian. Like, there's a whole bunch of books that have right here, E.R. Dodds, The Greeks and the Irrational. E.R. Dodds. This is a famous book from let me see when did this come out? 1950. So this is a little bit after Nietzsche, but he cites Nietzsche heavy. He gets into the whole Dionysian, Apollonian stuff. But the point that I'm making is that idea it's such a big idea that it's in philosophy, and even classicists will tend to riff off it a little bit, even if they don't like it that much, because classicists tend to be more rigid. They're like, this is more theoretical. Even though Nietzsche himself was a classicist, he was a legitimate philologist. But the point I'm trying to make is, if you really want to know about the Apollonian Dionysian, you need to start at the birth of tragedy. That's the book you have to read first to know about the Apollonian Dionysian dichotomy. So
yeah, well, I mean, I liked it when I read it, but I was just gonna say that Nietzsche, like, he thought it was garbage, like towards the end of his life. So
Nietzsche did?
Yeah, he thought it was an embarrassment because, like, that's like when he was like he was a big Wagnerite. Yeah, he was a big Wagnerite, like at that point, the musician.
Yeah.
So
they got into a big fight though.
Yeah, they did. And then but the whole point of like the birth of tragedy was kind of like to suck up to Wagner, and like then at the end of his life. Yeah, and then like at the end of his life, he was kind of like, okay, I was wrong about all that or something. Like,
I didn't know that. That's
the
first time I ever heard.
Yeah, no, he's got like a bunch of like essays like later on where he's kind of trashing himself for.
Are you talking about All Human to Human? That book?
No, like after that, he's got stuff like it's like what is it, like Nietzsche contra Wagner?
Oh yeah.
So,
it's in there.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's like one of those later ones.
So whatever you're talking about, I haven't read this yet, but my guess is because when he did come out with Birth of Tragedy, his
like the first thing he wrote.
It was one of them. He wrote before that he wrote the Tragic Age of the Greeks, and the Tragic Age of the Greeks basically was his dissertation in college, but he rewrote it again and published it. So it was like half of his dissertation, but more. Anyways, that was all about the Greeks, the pre-Socratics. It was an actual philological text. Actually, philological text. Birth of Tragedy gets more philosophical. That's why everyone thinks of him as a philosopher now. But his philology friends, or I should say, his philology peers, they didn't like this idea. They thought it was too simple. They're like, you can't just lump everything into this dual thing, Apollonian, Dionysian. Because a philologist is thinking and they need evidence. They're like, show me the evidence. But it turns out there is evidence of this, that the Athenians had a calendar, and the Athenians had a lunar solar calendar, and the calendar was marked half the year Apollo, half the year Dionysus. So there is, and this is another thing, is like Apollo and Dionysus were seen as polar opposites in many ways. So he wasn't wrong about this idea, but it gets criticized by being too like this is people try to say like, oh, you're lumping things into that shouldn't be together. And there was my point is there was criticism of it. I disagree with the criticism of it. I think it's a great way to categorize art, especially ancient Greek art. That you have this Dionysian madness, sort of intoxication, chthonic way of doing art. The satyrs, for example, satyrs playing flutes with all of them holding. They got their ivy wreaths and stuff. And then there's the Apollonian. There's the form, the logical, the reason. There's the heavenly, not the opposite of chthonic, the aristocratic, the high level thinking of what you would say like Apollo, the sun, for example, up in the sky. I think there's something to that. I've never seen. I guess what I'm saying is I've never seen anyone really come along and show me otherwise.
No. I mean, I kind of agree with you there. I think there's a little more subtext to it, in like the what would you say, like the current time, right? Because they had a whole like playing out, and I think he was like trying to, I guess like pull up Wagner as like the Apollonian, because like his works had like a lot of form, and there was like a beginning and an end.
Says that too. He says that like the works of Wagner is the Apollonian form.
Right. Yeah. So that's kind of what I mean by he's like sucking up to him. But yeah. No, but so I think it's like the subtext parts of it that he's like more criticizing later on, rather than the like general idea that there are those two kind of things. But
we can pull up just to look at the preface. I have the Project Gutenberg translation right here. It says right here, that's just the introduction. That's not it. Here we go. Attempt at self-criticism. Where is he? He does mention. I know he mentions Wagner in this book. I think it's right off the bat, or maybe it's in the version that I have. The version that I have has like a preface where it's like he gets into Wagner. Maybe it's not this version. So
Control F, right?
yeah. Here he is, right here. So this is pretty early on. Okay, maybe this is what I'm talking about. The influence that exercised power over him in the days that, this is someone else writing this. Schopenhauer, Wagner, his love of Hellenism. Let's keep going. Hold on, this is not it. Let's see. Here it is, right here. He says, on the other hand, in view of the success it had, especially with the great artists to whom it addressed itself, as it were, in Duologue, Richard Wagner, a demonstrated book. I mean, a book at which, at any rate, sufficed for the best of its time. Wait, is this still someone else writing this?
No, I think that is Nietzsche criticizing himself.
Yeah. This is the beginning. You're right. So he says, on this account, for no reason, it should be treated with some consideration and reserve. And that's not here. He mentions Wagner again. He says, here, at any rate, this much was acknowledged with curiosity, as well with an aversion. A strange voice spoke, the disciple of still an unknown God, who, for the time being, had hidden himself under the hood of the scholar, under the German's gravity, and the disinclination for dialectics, even under the bad manners of the Wagnerian. Here was a spirit with a strange and still nameless needs, a memory bristling with questions, experiences, obscurities, beside which stood the name Dionysus, like one more note of interrogation. Here spoke, people said to themselves with misgivings, something like a mystic, and almost a maniac soul, which undecided whether it should disclose or conceal itself, stammers with an effort of capriciously as in the strange tongue. It should have sung this new soul and not spoken. What a pity that I did not dare to say what I then had to say as a poet. I could have done so perhaps, or at least as a philologist, for even at the present day, well nigh everything in this domain remains to be discovered and disinterred by the philologist. Above all, the problem that here there is a problem before us, and that as long as we have no answer to the question, what is Dionysian? The Greeks are now as ever wholly unknown and inconceivable. And then he gets into the Dionysian. But here we go. He says, already in the foreword to Richard Wagner, art and not morality is set down as the properly metaphysical activity of man. I love that, dude. So fucking true. It is true, though. I mean, what is religion? It's just art. It's just art that everyone. It's like what religion is a collection of artworks, whether it be novels, books, philosophical writings, proverbs, songs like psalms. And you collect them all together and you put them all into one little package, and that's a religion. It's all art, though. Everything's art. So this is a beautiful line right here where he says, art not morality is set down as the properly metaphysical activity of man. In the book itself, the piquant preposition recurs time and again that the existence of the world is justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. Indeed, the entire book recognizes only an artist thought and an artist afterthought behind all occurrences, a god, if you will, but certainly only an altogether thoughtless and unmoral artist god, who in construction as in destruction, in good and evil, desires to become conscious of his own equable joy and sovereign glory, who in creating worlds frees himself from anguish of fullness and overfullness, from the suffering of the contradictions concentrated within him. The world, that is, the redemption of God, attained at every moment as the perpetually changing, perpetually new vision of the most suffering, most antithetical, most contradictory being, who a spirit, who contrives to redeem himself only in appearance. This entire artist metaphysics, call it arbitrary, idle, fantastic, if you will. The point is that it already betrays a spirit which is determined someday at all hazards to make a stand against the moral interpretation and significance of life. Damn.
Well, yeah, like I just want to point out that this is actually not the birth of tragedy. This is like him writing like 20 years later, or like whatever, 17 years later.
You're right. This version is including something in the beginning. You're right. It didn't start yet.
Because like the very next line mentions beyond good and evil, and that's like one of the last things he wrote.
Here it is, right here. This is where it starts.
Yeah.
So this version, which was a beautiful. I'm glad I read that just now because that was beautiful stuff. It was phenomenal stuff right there. But that was some other inclusion, some other stuff that was going on. That this whoever translated Nietzsche decided they wanted to throw that in the beginning. But here we go. Yep. This is what we were looking for. We were looking for the forward to Richard Wagner, right? And he says, in order to keep at a distance all the possible scruples, excitements, and misunderstandings to which the thoughts gathered in this essay will give occasion, considering the peculiar character of our aesthetic publicly, and to be able to write the introductory remarks with the same contemplative delight, the impress of which, as the petrification of a good and elevating hours, it bears on every page. Oh shit, yeah, here he goes. I, from conception of the moment when you, my highly honored friend, talking about Wagner, forthwith convinced that whatever this essay may contain, the author has something earnest and impressive to... I skipped the line. Honored friend will receive this essay, how you, saying after an evening walk in the winter snow, will behold the unbound Prometheus on the title page, read my name, and be forthwith convinced that whatever this essay may contain, the author has something earnest and impressive to say, and moreover, that in all this, meditations he communed with you as with one present, and could be thus right only what befitted your presence.
You're such a god, Wagner.
Yeah, he's sucking up to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so here, let me change topics real fast. Because there is like something I disagree with you on. And so, I know you're into debate. So I kind of wanted to,
I got 8 more minutes. Let's do it.
All right. Dark Ages.
Yeah, I love this topic, dude. You think you're right. Dark Age?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a Dark Age.
So believe it or not, the scholarly consensus among medieval scholars is that it wasn't a light age, but it wasn't a dark age either. So the term Dark Ages is no longer used. So I can't sit here and say you're wrong for that.
No, but I'm not talking about it from that aspect.
No. I'm just people watching. They understand what I'm just trying to make that clear that the term Dark Ages is sort of frowned upon. I disagree with the consensus. I believe that when the people, and so there's 2 different views of it. You have the what's his name? He wrote the Roman Empire 1700s. Oh, what the fuck's his name again? Decline of the Roman Empire. What is it called?
Oh, Gibbons.
Gibbons, yes. Edward Gibbons wrote. He was a huge critic of the Dark Ages and Christianity. He said it was from 500 to 1500, basically. 1,000 years Dark Age. That's crazy. That's nonsense. That's including the Renaissance and shit. Like, come on, bro. That's horrible idea. But before his time, during the Renaissance, you had people like Petrarch, Machiavelli, Brumi, and a couple other people who'd said that the period before them, up until like the 13th century, or even maybe like 11th century, 12th century, there was like a 400-year period where literature was dead. And they have a point. If you look at the period between like 500 and 900 AD, you don't have a lot of classics in that period. 6th, 7th, and 8th century, and some of the 9th century is when things start to get better. You get Beowulf, you get
okay, see, hold on. Let me just stop you right there, because you're just like totally off base here.
All right, let's see what you got.
All right, well, so fifth, like, I mean, what Nonus was like 6th century, right? So like,
Nonus is where I end. Nonus is the end of the Golden Age, in my opinion. So from
that's fine. That's like 6th century. Right?
Yeah, let's see. But I think Nonus is 500 AD.
Yeah, that's 6th century.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yogi dropped
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, Sleepios.
No. He's not. He's 5th century.
Oh, okay. Late
so,
5th century, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah. You could let's say up to 500 AD. That's what I just said, though. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair. No, yeah, but okay. So now my point is like, okay, you still have stuff going on in Constantinople, right? Like, you might not have it going on in France or England.
But wait a minute, though. You still have a Dark Age in Constantinople too. You want to know why?
Well, it's not nearly as dark though. Like,
no, you're right. It's not as bad as the West. It's not as bad as the Latin West gets really bad. The plague of Justinian. Look at this though. The plague of Justinian lasts from 541 to 750. Did you know about this?
Yeah. No, this wasn't even really my point.
Devastating. And look at this. The population went down. Let's see. Mortality rate. It says revisionist views. So let's see. Okay, right here. According to one view, the initial plague ultimately killed 40% of the city's inhabitants, and that's up to a quarter of the human population of the Eastern. Subsequent waves of plague continue to strike the 6th, 7th. That's a Dark Age, bro. And then you couple that with the lack of what are the classic sources from this period? 6, 7, 8.
Hold on. Just I haven't even made my point yet. All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So like the eastern part of the Roman Empire there, right? Like,
yeah, that's where we're on.
Yeah. Okay. So they're more Greek, right? You know, they
Mhm.
followed like the Greek tradition.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I guess my argument is that the Greek tradition moved from there to Baghdad.
It did.
Yeah. So that's my point. Is like it never it never went away.
I agree with that. But that's still a dark age, though. If they had to leave to go to Baghdad, and by the way, it wasn't Baghdad; it was Haran, which is in Mesopotamia. It's right. It's near there. Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah, it's close enough.
But they built Baghdad as like a center of learning. But
yeah, Haran though. You're right. Haran would be. Let's see. Haran would be right here. Baghdad would be.
They built Baghdad in like 800 something.
Yeah, so it's like it's quite a distance, but it's not. You're right. It's in the east though. But it's like almost. It's not in Baghdad, but it's very far away from Constantinople. That's for sure.
No, you can look up when they built Baghdad. Like it was like 850, 900, and then they built it as like a center of learning.
Yeah.
And so basically, they had all their like mathematics and.
Bro, I debated that the golden age of Islam was during this period. Islam was doing better than the Christian West.
Yeah. No. Okay. So we're on the same page there.
At that point in time, for some reason, the Arabs were the only ones still following Aristotle and Plato.
Yeah,
and
they were following Aristotle.
Some dumb shit. Yeah.
They picked up right where they left off. Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like the Renaissance picked up where Aristotle left. It was, hey, Baghdad, you know, the Islam, they all preserved it. They continued right on.
And Galen too. The medical advance. If someone had really poor, they needed like a transplant or something, they would travel to the east. They'd go to Baghdad, dude, because the West couldn't do it. They had no good doctors for a while. But that's to me that proves my point.
But hold on.
We are Westerners. We're looking at a Western-centric view here. The West is what I'm talking about.
But I don't think that's fair either, because now we're saying like, oh, all of a sudden there was a dark age, like in the 600s or whatever, right? Well, see, that's not fair, because wouldn't you say that? I mean, what was going on in Spain or in England? In 100, was there like a lot of like text coming out of ink? Yeah, like in 100 AD.
That's part of the Roman Empire.
At the Roman Empire, yeah, but they were over there killing everything and murdering the Celts, right? So, like,
they're still thriving.
Celtic.
They're still producing.
What I'm saying is like
they're still producing.
Rome was, but Rome is kind of not in the West.
In
Rome is Mediterranean. Well, I'm saying like Rome is like in your Mediterranean
map of Roman Empire.
What I'm trying to say is like Germany, France, England, Holland, all those places, right? Where are the texts from there?
There's people from those cities that produce text during that time period. There's authors from
after Rome conquered them, but before Rome conquered them. I'm talking about before Rome.
They weren't very literary before that.
Yeah, that's my point. They were already in a dark age.
Yeah, but my point is, once you establish a level of bar that's as high as the Roman, so this is the Roman Empire at its height, right? You see my screen?
Yeah, the Roman Empire, but like they conquered that land in like 100 AD.
Hear me out. This is the empire. Now there are authors from Belgica, there are people from these cities that these are well established, just like Rome and Alexandria in the 2nd century AD, 3rd century AD, right? Now,
but that's after Rome conquered them.
I know, but that's my point. My point is, once that bar is set, once you bring civilization into Britain, once you bring civilization into Germany, once the bar is set and we have a civilization, and then it goes down, it goes backwards. To me, that's called a dark age. That's what I'm saying. So we can't compare it to We can't compare 600 AD or 700 AD London to 700 BC London. Like, why are we doing that? We should be comparing it to the previous. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. See, like, I feel like it's. I mean, I feel like it's a little overblown to say this, but like it seems like it's like a racist notion, kind of like in some ways. Like,
why?
Well, because like, okay, so they're saying like, so no one, it's like, okay, they were calling Germans barbarians, right? You know, they were uneducated.
They called everyone barbarians who wasn't Latin.
I know that. But what I'm trying to say is like, we weren't talking about how educated
there's texts that talk about barbarians in a positive way. They're the barbarians, they're so good at this. Tacitus loves the Germans. They were civilized. They were like some people that were well attested. They were like looked at very highly. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. But like, if we were to just take that status right there, I think we'd call it a dark age.
But not if they already had a literary tradition in Germany, and then they just stopped. Then you don't call it a dark age if that's not what their culture already is. That's why I'm not saying there's a dark age in Africa, because they don't have a literary tradition. If they had a literary tradition and they had like Shakespeare and shit, and then all of a sudden they just stopped, then I would go, that's a dark age.
Well, they did have a literary tradition. Like, Rome destroyed it. Like, Carthage is in Africa.
And I know. I'm saying Rome destroyed it. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Carthage? Oh, yeah, but that's just part of. Not really though. Carthage doesn't have a lot of text.
Because Rome destroyed it all.
Yeah, but I don't think they didn't have. Like,
we don't have surviving text, but like they probably have.
Carthage. I'm not talking about Carthage is more part of the Mediterranean culture than. Like, I'm not talking about just like. I'm just making an example of like. Nubian, or not even Nubians, like even beyond that, like Chad or something. They didn't have like a literary. Egypt has a literary culture, yeah, and that thrives on,
But you don't think there was ever any like breaks in it, like?
No, Egypt. Once it became part of the Roman Empire, and then it became part of the Islamic Empire, it sort of just kind of sits in between the two. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about before then. Like, it's a 3,000-year-old society.
Yeah.
You don't think there was ever like a 500-year period where they were down?
Yeah.
Like,
yes, there is, and you can say the late kingdom before the Persians conquered them. I would say there's a decline in what's going on over there. Yeah,
but we don't call that a dark age, you know? Like,
no, because it's not literary though. It's more of an economic. So for me, when I talk about the term dark ages, I'm using the same definition that Petrarch used, which is about literature.
No, I know what Petrarch said.
Yeah. He's not talking about the economy. He's not talking about people starving, or he's talking about like literature. To me, that's what I'm talking about. And I think the plague has a lot to do with it, because populations are decreasing. And the educations are lower, and it's a natural thing that happened in the 6th, 7th, and 8th century.
Okay, so here's the question. You're talking about literary, right? So would you say like the oral tradition of the Greeks, you know, because Homer was never written down, like originally. It was like orally passed down. Would you say that is like literary? Would you classify that? Okay. All right. So like the Bronze Age collapse. Like,
dark age.
You know,
dark age.
Yeah, it's dark age, right? Like, yeah.
And that's a worse dark age than I would say the 5th, 6th, and 7th, or 6th, 7th, and 8th century is. It's a worse dark age, yeah. But in comparison to how literary the culture was, how many classics, and not just texts, plays, artists. You don't hear. Okay. In the Hellenistic period, there was famous sculptors, famous painters, there was all these famous artists from different traditions. And you just stop hearing about famous sculptors and famous painters in the 6th, 7th, and 8th century.
I mean, there's some stuff going on in Constantinople.
I'm not saying it's completely dead. But I'm saying the levels decline. And I've even asked people who hate the term Dark Ages, like Nate Nothat. He doesn't like the term at all. But he agrees with me on this point. He even agrees that there's definitely a decline in literature, in art, in music, in literature, in plays. And
Well, I think it just moved. The locality just moved. Is what I'm trying to say. It moved over to the Islamic area.
Yeah, but that's different. That's why did that happen? Because Justinian kicked those philosophers out.
Yeah, that's fair. But like, what? Okay, when did Rome start its literary tradition?
But you just admitted that Christianity has something as kind of a role in what happened in the West.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But okay, let's just look at like Rome. Like, when did Rome? What's like the first Roman text that you can think of?
The first Roman text?
Yeah.
You got like Polybius in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. I don't know what's before that.
Well, the Roman Republic existed since like like 600 or 700 BC.
Yeah, they don't start becoming very literate until the Hellenistic period.
Right, because it moved from Greece to Rome, right? And then so it moved from Greece to Rome, and then it moved to Constantinople, and then it moved to Baghdad.
Wait a minute, though. The literary culture doesn't just move to Rome; it spreads to Rome, but it's still over here. It's still in Greece and Alexandria.
Yeah, okay, but then Rome conquers it, so it's Rome.
Yeah, but this culture still thrives; it never stops. You understand what I'm saying? When Rome conquers the East, when Rome conquers Greece and Alexandria and Asia Minor, the Greek literary tradition and playwriters and sculptors and painters, it keeps going. It never stops. There's no dark age. But on the other hand, when Christianity conquers over everything, you see a decline in everything. See what I'm saying?
Okay, you say the Greek stuff never stopped, but like, when did it stop?
When did it stop?
Okay, but weren't the writers from Alexandria or Syria, weren't like the mathematicians from Syria, and then like the philosophers were in Alexandria? They weren't in Greece. Like, they weren't in Athens.
They were all over the place.
They were in Athens. Like,
yes, they were.
Plutarch's
from Delphi. That's where Plutarch was living, in Delphi. He's one of the greatest writers of all time. He's right there in Greece, in the Roman era. Athens is still thriving in the Roman era. Not as much. It's not the capital anymore of philosophy, but it's still there.
Okay, what famous texts or writers from Athens are there in like 200 AD?
You have some of the Middle Platonists from Athens. If I can pull up my Platonist book, if I have it here. There's a few. Here, let's look this up. Hold on a second. Ammonius of Athens. Ammonius of Athens. Let's see, what year was he? I might be off. Hold on a second. Ammonius of Athens was. Here, let me look him up. Ammonius of Athens, 1st century AD. There you go. Look, 1st century AD. See? Boom. Teacher of Plutarch. Teacher of Plutarch. So there you go.
No, yeah. Okay, it's fair. Like, you can find one, but just like we could probably find one from.
Yeah, but this is he's the teacher of Plutarch, though, and Plutarch has students, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it clearly didn't go away, but
that's what I'm saying.
Not like they weren't pumped. They weren't like the center of it. Like,
no, I agree with that. You're right. Alexandria became the center at this point. You're right.
Yeah,
but not Rome. Not Rome. Alexandria.
Well, okay, and then like, but before the like Hellenistic stuff went over to Rome, was Rome in a dark age, or are we just saying that they're like?
No, they just never were literary. They never were. So
never
you can't
had
call it a dark age if they weren't ever literary before that. So if they're not a literary culture and they're into other shit, they're into civics and duty and all this, that doesn't mean they're in a dark age. That just means that's what they're like the Celts and the Germanics. This is how they all were. This is how the West European mind was. It doesn't mean they're like barbarian backwards people. That's just how they are. So that you can only call it a dark age if it goes from high level writing, high level plays and artworks, and then it just declines. That's a dark age to me. When it goes from 1 and down, that's a dark age. That's what I define a dark age as. That's why I consider Greece to have a dark age in the early Iron Age, because before that, the Mycenaean world was thriving and the Babylonians were thriving, and there was a whole bunch of mythologies, and you get all these cuneiform texts and all these linear B texts, and all of a sudden, boom, they're gone. That's a dark age. You know what I mean?
Okay, no, that's fair. Like I always just considered that it just moved, right? Like it was in Greece.
I get that perspective. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know who agrees with you is a guest that I've had on before. Let me see. This guy right here. I don't know. Maybe you saw this video. Maybe you didn't. From my guest right here. Lucios. Where is he? Lucios. Wait, hold on. Videos. This guy right here. Oh, no. Wait, where is he? This guy. Golden Chain. Alexandros Lucios. He talks about the mysteries and the philosophy moving from Constantinople to Quran, and like Islam adopts a lot of their shit.
Well, and then if you think about it, like the quote unquote end of the Dark Ages, right, is the Renaissance, you know, more or less.
Yeah, more or less.
And then so if you think about it, like, well, it just moved again. It just moved back over there.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's kind of like, you know, it's, and they were directly pulling from like, well, you know, it depends on how you look at it, but it was like they're finding like a lot of these texts preserved because the Islamic world preserved them. So they wouldn't have even had the text to go back to if they hadn't been preserved and the tradition hadn't continued. So like, I'm just feeling like it's the same knowledge and it's zigging and zagging and moving.
You know, I'm not saying the knowledge was gone. I'm just saying it was definitely declining in the West. That's my.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess part of the thing, you know, the racist mention is that like when you talk about like Western civilization, right? We don't include like Persia or even. We start with Egypt, but then we don't include Persia. We don't include Baghdad, but it's all part of Western civilization.
I think there's a case to be made that Persia should be the border of the East and West, because Persia has a lot of influence in the East too. So Persia is kind of like it's like a Venn diagram. You have the Western civilization, which is what we all agree on. Eastern culture, Eastern civilization, which is India, China, you know, the Eastern. Persia is like the Venn diagram in the middle, because it has a lot of connection to both sides.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, that's fair. But
especially
I mean, you
Persian.
You've gone through like what Western civ. Like, I mean, I don't know, probably not since like high school, but like they start with Egypt. You know? Yeah, they start with Egypt.
Do they? Because I remember I have a really good memory of my school for some reason. I even remember projects that I did in second grade, where I did a project on the Arctic wolf, and then in third grade I did a project on the Siberian tiger. I have a weird long-term memory. People think it's like my long-term memory is amazing. My short-term memory sucks. Isn't that weird? But my long-term memory is like I remember details from shit, and it fucks with your head because I remember all the embarrassing things too. But anyways, one of the things I remember was 11th or 9th grade. We learned about Sumer, Babylon, Assyria, the Akkadians, and Egypt.
You're right. They start with the Sumer and Mesopotamia. Yeah, they start there, and then they go to Egypt.
Sargon of Akkad was a big topic in 9th grade. Big topic.
And then all of a sudden, you know, Mesopotamia is not part of the West anymore because Islam.
And then Islam is like they go over there. Now. Yeah.
They're like, whoa.
But we had I remember in that same year learning about the Crusades. It was like the last thing we talked about. The Crusades. The 1,000-year holy war, they called it.
So okay. just I know you got to go. I just one quick question is so what was the first biblical text? Was it the epistles of Paul? Was it Revelations? Was it one of the
oldest?
Gospels? Yeah, which was like the first one.
I think you're asking me what I think or the consensus or what do you like?
I mean, yeah, I mean, let's go with what you think because
I mean, I would say probably one of Paul's epistles, maybe the letter to the Romans or something.
But Revelation is before the Gospels. Would you say that?
No. I think Revelation is one of the latest.
Oh, see, I always read that the consensus is that it was like in 65-ish.
No, Revelation talks about it, like references Domitian in like 90 the stuff that happened in the 90s. Well, definitely references 70 AD, but there's some hints that it references Domitian too in the 90s. So I think it was written in the 90s or maybe even 100 AD or something like that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Just so Paul was the first ones. Okay.
Paul might be the oldest Christian author we got. And like there is this new up and coming kind of rising theory, not taken that serious yet. It's kind of getting pushed a little bit away by most scholars, but there is some attraction. There is some agreement. There's a few scholars that are co-signing it. Nina Livesey's idea that all of Paul's epistles are all 2nd century forgeries. That's crazy if it's true. That literally debunks all of Christianity if it's true. It's just game over. The whole religion's gone. That's why I think no one's taking it seriously. Because if you actually read her book, I read the whole book, read the entire thing front to back, and nothing she said sounded wacky. She's making a lot of really strong points from the linguistic evidence.
Well, most people agree that at least 2 of them are definitely forgeries.
That's what I'm saying. That's what she says. She goes, we all agree that there are forgeries written by Christians in Paul's name. So how crazy is it to say that there's more? And she says in Germany in the early 1900s, late 1800s, this was already the idea floating around. Did you know that? The German biblical scholars in the early 1900s were saying Paul's epistles are all fake. And she's reviving that idea and going, I think he's right, because if you actually compare Paul's letters to, let's say, Lucian, a 2nd century, second sophistic Greek writer, his Greek looks a lot like that Greek. It looks like 2nd century Greek, the way he's talking, the way he's the phrases he says. You know how you and I can tell the difference between a 1900s English and 2000s English? You would tell right away, right?
There's no thighs.
There's a big difference when you talk about different centuries. There's a huge difference in how syntax is, and that's what her big arguments is like. Look, Paul's letters look like they're 2nd century. So,
all right, well,
it could be true. I'm not.
You need to do a video on it.
Yeah, I'm not. I had her on and I interviewed her, but so you should watch that. But I'm not saying I don't know if she's right or not. I can't. My Greek is not that good yet to detect if she's right. But there are some people who think she's onto something, and there's a lot of people who think she isn't. So, we'll see what happens. I guess. Well, time will tell. You know.
I wonder what Almond thinks.
I don't know. He probably won't like that. He won't like that idea because he wants. So Amen is already in different cases. He goes against the consensus, and he argues in favor of the church in a lot of cases. This is what's so funny to me. People will yell at me and go, "Why do you attack Amen when he's just trying to attack the church? Why are you siding with the church?" It's funny because Amen sides with the church in so many ways. Amen thinks the long ending of Mark is real. The long ending of Mark is not in any manuscripts until 500 AD, right? Or 400 AD.
Yeah, I thought that was a given that was bullshit.
Everyone agrees on that because the manuscripts of Mark for the first 400 years, there's not a single long ending. The last 11 verses. The reason why Amen thinks it's real is because it mentions venom. That's it. Because
he would.
Obviously, he's crazy. So it has to be real because of course it's real because it mentions venom. I'll show you what I mean right now. Mark 16. Let me see. Watch this.
Where he gets you're saying there's venom in the last 11 months.
Watch this. Okay, so even the websites say this. Like they'll say, Bible Gateway will say,
yeah, 10.
the
10
earliest
August.
manuscripts do not have these verses. Everyone, this is not me making this up. Everyone agrees on this, except for the church, obviously, right? Except for the church in Amen. Because you want to know why? Look what it says right here. They will pick up snakes in their hands and they will drink deadly poison. And Amen says that has to be authentic. So he actually helps the church. He's actually helping Christianity out. He's actually on their side. That's why people make no sense, dude.
Well, I think he said this. I just want to like confirm, but like, so the Septuagint, right?
Yeah.
Like the version we have is like 200 AD, 300 AD ish.
The version we have is from 1700s, for 1800s. Yes.
Oh, I thought the Vaticanists or whatever was like.
Those are the manuscripts.
Yeah.
No, but the tradition that we have, if you go online and read an English translation of the Septuagint, it's taking a combination of those manuscripts. It's mostly lined up with the manuscripts, but there might be some differences. The version that we have is from the 1860s.
Okay. Well, so I guess what I was getting at was like
the oldest manuscript.
In the New Testament, right? They call God like Kurios, right? Or something.
Kurios.
Yeah. And then in that version of the Septuagint, the 400s, like they use Kurios, right? So
Yes.
I thought I remember you saying like that you thought that they had been rewritten.
Yes, I'll show you right now. I'll show the evidence right now. Right here. Boom.
They were
This is a
rewritten.
first century BC Septuagint manuscript. And look what it says for the word God. Right here.
Right.
Yahweh. Yahweh.
Yeah, so they were basically like the church.
The Christians were like, no more Yahweh. It's got to be the Lord, because that's more of a platonically correct singular God. We don't name God because Plato would hate that. Like they're Platonists. The church is Platonist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so we have no idea what the real Septuagint says, basically.
No. We can look at the manuscripts that we have from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they match up pretty good. But there's a lot of big differences too, though. There's definitely some changes going on. Definitely some addition. It's not perfect. There's a lot of big changes. Yeah. But it's not like, I wouldn't say that the version that we lost is going to have some world-changing things in them. I wouldn't say that either, though. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they might call Moses Musaeus, right? Like, yeah.
I don't know if we've ever found never found any evidence of that, but that would be kind of crazy. I don't know why? Because when the Greeks write about Moses, they don't call him Musaeus in those nice time periods. They would if that was the case. So, for example, Diodorus of Sicily, writing in the 1st century BC, he mentions Moses. He spells the name Moses correctly. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But guess what? We just did a video on Platonism and Christianity. Religion for Breakfast. I'm about to go watch it after this, actually. How Plato changed Christianity. So
he changed it or he created it?
Well, look, that's when you say he created it, that's going a little too far, in my opinion. But Plato set down a theology and a philosophy that later on Christians will adopt. So Plato himself isn't creating Christianity. He's creating a type of theological way of thinking that Christians later take on. Same with the Jews. They adopt Platonism too. So it's not just Christians, it's Jews too. That's why I wish he would have changed it. I wish this video would say how Plato changed Judeo-Christian theology. But for some reason...
Well, hold on.
For some reason, they don't want to go there.
You shouldn't use Judeo-Christian.
Why not?
You should use Abrahamic.
Well, I would be fine with that too. But like if he said how Plato changed Abrahamic theology, that just like it sounds weird.
Well, see, okay. Sorry to get on another tangent. I'll hop off.
I get what he's doing though. I'm actually just kidding about religion for breakfast. He's talking about Christianity specifically, so that's fine. I'm just talking shit right now. I'm just talking shit. I'm not saying he should have did that, but
no. They believe the exact same thing as in the other two religions. You know, it's like book 3 of the Bible. You know, it's like,
yeah,
to call it Judeo-Christian is like to. That's why, okay,
That's
people.
$5 super chat.
I feel like people these days think that it's a totally different religion, and like I heard like on Joe Rogan, like what's his name, whatever, the Riot Insight guy. You know, I know you did your thing with Dan the other day, but he said something like, "Oh, Turkey doesn't want us to find like,
oh my God,
ark."
I saw that because the Muslims don't want Christianity to be true. Noah is in the Quran, you idiot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
it was on Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah,
Joe Rogan, Jimmy Crusade. By the way, Jimmy Crusade's such an idiot, dude. I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm so glad you brought this up. This is so stupid.
Chisels.
I should make a clip in this tomorrow. I should make this into a clip.
Clutter and tap into new audiences you won't. They aren't tapped out.
So what
They're
I got to do is
on Reddit, the number one platform people use to make informed purchase decisions.
Okay,
Reach
so
them today.
I gotta go to. Oh, is this the same one or no? Was he in there too? Was this idiot there too?
No, I don't think so.
So wait, there's more than one Jimmy Crusaде one?
Yeah, there's like he's been on like 4 times.
Wow, how is Joe Rogan that stupid? They had this guy on 4 times. It's one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my entire life.
Let's see how. No, it was a recent one. I think like
this is from 1 year ago. Yeah, you're talking about 1 year ago, right?
I think it's the one at the 20. The one you scroll past it, it's like episode 2200 something.
Really? It's in the 2000s? Oh, this one?
I think it's this one, yeah.
Oh, was Dan there too?
Yeah, it was the one with Dan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I'm so glad this idiot's with them. How is Joe Rogan fooled by these I'm sorry. The idiot. I gotta stop using that R word. I'm trying to not use it. I grew up saying it all the time, so it just comes out of my mouth. I don't mean anything by it. But why does Joe Rogan have these idiots on? All right, so Noah's Ark, is that what it is? Noah?
Yeah.
Here we go.
No.
Here we go.
But here's the thing. When you look at the legend of Noah's flood and Noah's Ark, Noah's Ark and the flood.
Oh my God, this guy's so dumb.
So I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, and nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However, if Noah's Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. And something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood, is that he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals. And some have suggested that it could be Noah's altar. Now, that could be one reason why they wouldn't want to excavate it, is because Turkey is an Islamic country, and if there was some Christian religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen.
Oh my God, Jimmy, do you not know that the Quran has Noah's Ark in it? You fucking idiot!
It would prove their own religion, correct?
It would prove their own religion if they found this. Dumbass! How does this get out? How does Joe Rogan stupid enough to not even notice this? Let's see. Does he even say anything?
Another possibility is that
he didn't say anything.
The site.
Oh my God, Joe! Did you not know that either? These people don't even know that Noah is in the Quran?
Yeah, no one does, because we keep using the term Judeo-Christian, and they're just like, "Oh, Islam's something else." Like,
here, read the chat for 10 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get the Quran. Actually, wait a minute. I can just pull it up online. Hold on. Quran, Noah's Ark verse.
Yeah, it's literally just like book 3. You know how like book 2 is
here.
the New Testament, right? Like
Surah El-Mumim here. Let me see if I can share my screen, right? Here we go. Hey, Jimmy, you idiot. Look at this. Surah El-Mumim, chapter 23. Then we revealed to him, build the ark under our eyes in our revelation. Then when we command when our command comes and the oven overflows, put into it a pair of every animal in your family, except those against whom the decree has gone forth, and do not address me concerning those who have wronged. Indeed, they are to be drowned. That's fucking in the Quran. Look at right here. Surah Hud, 1141. And he, Noah, in Quran, in Arabic, it's n. It's just n. And he, Noah, said, embark therein in the name of Allah. It is course in its anchorage. Dude, this guy actually said, dude, we got to play that again. This guy's such an idiot, dude. This guy's such an idiot. Oh my God.
They won't want to that it could be Noah's altar. Now, that could be one reason why they wouldn't want to excavate it, because Turkey is an Islamic country, and if there was some Christian religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen.
Oh my God, what a doofus! They would prove their religion. They would want there to be Noah's Ark discovered there, dude. And look, you want to know what's so crazy about this? This is what's so crazy about this. Watch this. Ready? Google Earth. Watch this. Google Earth. He's such an idiot. This guy's he's such an idiot. How did people like this get popular? I'll never understand it. It's such a black-pilling thing. It makes you think we're in the Twilight Zone. Because watch this. When you type in Noah's watch this. Here, let me do this. Ararat, Turkey. Watch this. Ready? Right next to Mount Ararat, they have a Noah's Ark Center thing. Hey, let me see if I can find it. Maps. Let me see. Here, look at this. Share my screen now. This is idiot. This guy is so badly stupid, dude. Look at this. Noah's Ark Park. Noah's Ark Park. Yeah, the
National Park.
Yeah,
National Park.
Right there, Mount Ararat. Noah's Ark Park, 3 of them. You idiot. Look at this. There's 4 of them or something like that. There's a whole bunch of them. This guy's he's sitting there in front of millions of people going, I don't think that the Turkey people want there to be Noah's Ark. The Christians would not like the Christians.
Yeah,
what an idiot!
They literally believe the same thing that the Christians do. So
exactly, they would be like, "Oh, humdallah," you know?
Yeah, it's like, you know, basically like the difference between Christianity and Judaism is like, oh, Jesus is the Messiah. He fulfills the prophecy that you guys talk about, and then Islam is like, yeah, you know, we kind of agree with the Jews.
Yeah, but he's not God. That's it. No, they don't agree with the Jews. They agree that he's a Messiah.
No, they agree that he's a prophet, but he's not a Messiah.
No, they call him the Messiah.
They do.
But here's the thing, though. The original term Messiah in Judaism does not mean God. It means a mortal man chosen by God to usher in the kingdom period, to usher in the end of the world. That's it. He's a chosen man. So the Muslims are actually correct that if he is the Messiah, he's not supposed to be God. They did their homework on that. That's where the idea comes from. So, anyways, but yeah, you're right. They agree with the Jews on the term Messiah. Where did Marsilio de Ficini get the Corpus Hermetica from? Byzantine? I think it's from the Byzantine corpus, right? Or it could be from the Arabs too. This is a good question. I actually don't know the answer to this, but if I had to guess, if I had a gun pointed to my head and like you have to pick, I would say Byzantine manuscripts, but I could be wrong. What would you say? When I asked ChatGPT?
Dude, I would go with Mesopotamia, but you know.
No, okay, let's go with that. I mean, you versus me. Where did Ficini get the Hermetica manuscript?
It probably came from like Egypt or something.
No, you're absolutely right. It might be from Egypt. I'm asking Gemini right now, so this is just Gemini. So let's see. The answer is he got it from, in 1460, a monk from Pistoia, who was one of the agents and book hunters employed by Cosimo Medici to scour Europe and the Mediterranean. Providence, Macedonia. It came from Macedonia. So we're both wrong. Didn't come from Macedonia. Well, Macedonia is closer to Constantinople, so I guess I win by default. I guess I win by default. Yeah. That's interesting, though. That's a good question. Thank you, Esmil. I like that. I'm glad I learned something from that question. Because you're right, the Corpus Hermetica just explodes out of nowhere in the Renaissance period. I mean, you get it in the Hellenistic period, and then as soon as that Dark Age hits, no one's really talking about it anymore. And then all of a sudden, boom, Renaissance, they're talking about it again. It's a great point here. Great point. So, according to the legend, it was lost, and there was only a few manuscripts of it in Macedonia. It was we almost lost it. Imagine just like hearing about the Corpus Hermetica through fragments in these Hellenistic texts, and then we just don't know what it is. That's like the Orphic text. Like we don't know. We lost a lot of the Orphic text. It's all just fragments,
Or some of the, or like the rest of the. I forget the name of it, but the Greek epic saga. Like the little Iliad, the
Thebaid, yeah.
We only have like the Iliad and the Odyssey, but there's like
but we have the Latin version. We have the Latin versions of it. The Latin writers preserved some of it. Statius have his text over here. Well, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We lost most of that though. It's not the original version. It's a later version of it.
The Post America, but he's tried to like cover some of that, right?
Yeah. Okay, we got 2 more super chats. What do you think about Hebrew Tanakh being lose bunch of scrolls to the Septuagint? Hold on a second. Let me read this one first.
Onyx Rock J7W dropped $10 super chat. Check out Father Stephen DeYoung's.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started.
He tried to claim Socrates' daimon is evidence of possession.
Oh.
The whole episode is filled with total trash. This country is becoming insane.
Thank you for that. Breath of fresh air. I watched some clips of this, and he's right. This guy was out of his mind. This same guy, Friar Stephen or Father Stephen, he was literally saying that Koine Greek is just Hebrew. It's not Greek. It's mostly Hebrew. So he's talking out of his asshole, bro.
That's worse than Kip, right?
Kip never said that. But
Kip, he was like, "Oh, it's a special language." He's talking
about the Septuagint, though, not the New Testament. This guy was saying Koine Greek, the New Testament, was like Hebrew. Which is like crazy. Now there are some people who point out that Septuagint is such broken Greek that they call it Judeo-Greek, and it's not. They're not saying it's Jewish. They're not saying it's Hebrew. They're saying it's Greek, but they're saying like some of the syntax, like the word orders. It would be like imagine someone talking Spanish, and they say, "Me come to your house," and they write down "Me come to house," and they'd be like, "Huh?" It's still English. You can still read it, but you're like, "Why is it all jumbled up like this?" That's what it'd be like. So whoever wrote this, the authors of the Septuagint were not that good at Greek. They were pretty bad.
Well, so this super chat. Okay, what's your thought about angels and demons? Right?
Oh,
they're just a direct translation of angelos and daemon, right?
Daemon, yeah, messenger.
Yeah, but they're like translating a word with itself. Why do they use angel instead of messenger? Like, what's your thought on that?
Because once the tradition established that the messengers of God are a specific kind of being, and they stopped using seraphim and cherubim, and they just call them messengers, which is a trend that takes on in the Middle Ages in this period that I'm describing, where literary starts to drop, and these church historians and church fathers and theologians, they just start calling them all messengers, the messengers of God, in the Greek I'm talking about, and in the Latin too. And they're just translating it. They're just using the term angel for Latin text, for Greek text, and it becomes its own noun basically. So once it gets into English, we've lost that it's the messenger. We're just going with the term that everyone understands it as angel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it turns it mythological, right? You know, it's
yeah,
like,
that's how I think. This is how
the Greek version wasn't mythological as much.
Right.
It's like,
The
oh,
Greek
these messengers.
to a Greek ear, you would hear that term and go, "Oh, he's a messenger of God." But because they're also cherubim and seraphim, they're also these beings. So then they just become angels. So it's weird. It's a very weird thing. I understand. I agree with you. I think it's stupid because they are daimons. A cherubim and a seraphim is a type of daimonic being. The daimon.
But daimons are good, though, right?
Yes,
Aren't they?
Philo says this.
Yeah. Okay.
Philo literally says what we call messengers, the Hellenes call daimons. That's what he says. He literally equates angels with demons in Philo. Did you know that?
No, I didn't, but I knew daimons were like a good thing, you know. Like
I just want to put my money where I'm out. I like to show my audience when I talk about things. I like to show them so they don't just take my word for it. So give me 1 second. I'll pull this up for you. Let's see. It's from Philo. I have a screenshot of it in my notes here. So just give me a second. Let me see if I can find it now. There it is. Here we go. Found it. Boom. Philo on dreams. These are called demons, but if you look at the Greek over here, see the Greek? Daimonos. So these are called daimonos by the philosophers, but the sacred record, talking about the Bible, that's what they used to call the Bible back then, the sacred record. Hieros logos, holy word. But the holy word wants to call them angels or messengers. Isn't that funny?
Was Philo after the New Testament or before?
Right before.
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Decades before. Right
so
before.
he's only talking about the Old Testament. Okay.
He's literally alive at the same time as Paul. He died. He was old when Paul was a child. He was alive when Paul was just born. Or something. No, maybe actually no. Paul was probably like 20 years old when this guy died. So this guy was Paul and this guy overlap. They never met each other. But anyways, he literally says the philosophers, they call them diamonds, we call them angels. There he is right there. There's for anyone to see. That's not just a made up thing. That's a fact.
Yeah, that makes the whole Tucker Carlson angels and demons shit like even crazy, even crazier.
It's a great video.
Already
the truth about demons and angels, Father Stephen debunked by real theologians, aka Philo. Smil, this is my last super chat. I gotta go. What do you think about Hebrew Tanakh being loose bunch of scrolls, and the Septuagint was the first compilation? That's what it looks like. That's what the evidence looks like. There's no mention of a Hebrew Bible before the 3rd century BC, and then once the translation of the Septuagint, and by the way, the Septuagint was originally just the first 5 books of Moses. That's how we know there wasn't a Bible yet. Because if they were just going to translate, why are they just translating the first 5 books? If there was a whole Bible, wouldn't they translate the whole Bible? So that's kind of how we can deduce using deductive reasoning or just logic, is that there wasn't a Bible yet. There wasn't an Old Testament yet until probably 2nd century BC or even after that. But that doesn't mean that the scrolls weren't. That doesn't mean that Daniel didn't exist in the 2nd century BC. That doesn't mean that like Zechariah didn't exist in the 3rd century BC, or Psalms probably existed in the 3rd century BC, but it existed by itself as a psalm. The book of Psalms was one book. You know what I mean? And then over time, they start to compile these books together. That's what I would say. So, great question, by the way. Anyways, any last thoughts, man, before I go?
Oh no, I'm just looking forward to your anti-Jimmy Corsetti snippet.
Clip? Yeah, I'm gonna clip that part tomorrow. I'm gonna put it on Twitter tomorrow. That was a great clip. So make sure you share it out there for me.
All right. Well, good night, man. It was good talking.
You have a good night too, man. See you. and you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over